Sachin Bansal sir, Chairman of Pimpri Chinchwad branch, C. Pankaj Patni sir, Vice Chairman of Pimpri Chinchwad branch, C. Shailesh Bore sir, Treasurer, C. Sarika ma'am, Secretary of a branch, with the Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Anand Gupta sir, C. Ramesh Prabhu sir, Vinay Tyagaraja sir. I also request our past chairman, C. Prakash Paglani sir, C. Suhas Gadi sir, for the lighting ceremony. I would like to request our respected Chairman C. Sachin Bansal sir, C. Pankaj Patni sir, Vice Chairman, C. Sarika Chodia ma'am, to escort our dignitaries on the dais. Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Anand Gupta sir, our Speaker, C. Ramesh Prabhu sir, and C. Vinay Tyagaraja sir. All to rise for a motor song of our institute.
सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यधिकश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
I would like to request our chairman, Sri Sachin Bansal sir, to welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Anand Gupta sir, to offering a memento as a token of appreciation. I would like to request our Vice Chairman to welcome. I would like to request our Vice Chairman, Sri Pankaj Patni sir, to welcome our speaker, Sri Ramesh Prabhu sir, by offering a memento as a token of appreciation. I would like to request Secretary CA Sarika Chotia ma'am to welcome CA Vinay Tyagaraja sir by offering memento as a token of appreciation. Now I request Chairman CA Sachin Bansal sir to propose the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Sri Anand Gupta ji, Chairman of Maharera Committee of Builder Association of India, CA Ramesh Prabhu ji, CA Vinay Tyagaraja ji, my colleagues CA Pankaj Patni, CA Sarika Chodia, past Chairman CA Suhas Gadi, Prakash Pamnani, and all our dear participants. I welcome you all to today's very important session for 3 days. It's a sort of workshop and it's named as RERA Leadership Development Program. Actually, sir is always, Prabhu sir is always at the forefront as far as RERA is concerned, as far as cooperative society is concerned. So they have taken a lot of programs, one in Bangalore, one in Hyderabad. So on the same lines, when Vaibhav told me that we want to do it in Pimpri-Chinchwad, so I immediately said yes, we will do it. Because RERA, not many chartered accountants are practicing, but those who are doing, as the program is aptly titled, they will become a leader. When they do this 3 days workshop, they will definitely become a leader in the area of RERA, because it will be in-depth analysis, a lot of discussions will go on, and it will be in a workshop mode. So it will not be like some talking and it will be like a boring thing. Actually, we had planned a lot of things. Because of time constraints, we could not implement them. But I assure Prabhu sir that we'll again have one more session of this RERA development program, in which we'll do proper planning, and we'll do in the mode that we wanted it to be. We'll have captain, vice captain, moderator, and all of you will present the papers. So we'll keep it in such a way that you will write the papers, you will study the law, and then we'll have a discussion, or a team will take out a particular topic and do the whole topic on that mode. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it this time due to time constraint, but we'll definitely do it. Another thing is that sir has also written a book on RERA, which you must have seen down. So it is just newly released by WRC in this regional conference on 15th and 16th. So very good book. It's all the details of RERA. So whenever you get time, just go through it. You'll get all the details at one place. So that book also we have kept as a branch at a very concessional rate. From Taxman we got it. And we are also giving some subsidy from the branch for the participants. So this is the initiative that we are taking from the branch side, so that all the participants get more value for money. Also at Pimpri-Chinchwad branch, we try to take very innovative and unique programs. So in this line, we are also taking one more program on 30th of December, just before the year end. That is on GST. And our very own CA Avinash Poddar from all the way from Surat, he is coming to guide us. And we'll also have one from Pune, CA Swapnil Munot. So we'll have a full day program for that, also 6 hours CP. on 30th. We have just planned it and we'll just release the brochure and registration link soon. So that is about the forthcoming programs that we have in December. Next year again, 2024, as you know, the CP guidelines will kick in. So we are planning to have more and more programs from next year, from January itself, so that all your CP hours requirements are completed well in time, and you do not have to wait till December like this year to get your CP hours done. So please plan and get all the, try to attend our maximum programs of Pimpri-Chinchwad branch, not only for CP, but also for knowledge, because knowledge is what Pimpri-Chinchwad branch is always striving for. So we have kept, from my start of my chairmanship, we have kept programs on Excel, on AI, artificial intelligence, blockchain. So all unique programs we have tried to keep, besides the regular bread and butter programs that we wanted to have. So please ensure that you attend all our programs and get maximum benefit from whatever seminars and conferences that we have at Pimpri-Chinchwad branch. And I welcome you all. I welcome all the participants. Also our Central Council members Mangesh Kendre sir and probably Abhay Chajet sir will be attending today evening also. So we welcome them also in advance. And I thank the Central Committee of Abhay Chajet sir, who has given us this opportunity to host this program. And because of their initiative and because of their vision, we could able to properly host this program. So do give your feedbacks and also other things on this program to us. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request C. Sarika Chotia ma'am to brief introduce about Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Anand Gupta sir. Good morning all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our today's chief guest, Anand J. Gupta sir. He is civil engineer, contractor and real estate developer by his profession. More than 40 years of his experience in the field of construction business. He is in the construction business. He has executed large prestigious public buildings, spatial structures, infrastructure works, mass township for private institutions, central and state government department at Mumbai, Thane, Navi Mumbai, various cities of Maharashtra, Goa, Rajasthan, MP and Gujarat. He works as a civil contractor there. At present, he is working for MESC PWD, State Government of Goa, Corporation in Maharashtra. He is a chairperson, Housing and RERA Committee of Builders Association of India 2020-24. He is spokesperson for Builders Association of India 2014-16 and 2019-20. He was a past Central Secretary of Builders Association of India from 2008 to 2014. He was past Honorable Treasurer Builders Association of India in 2010 and 12. He has achieved his degree of Doctors of Honours Construction Industries from renowned universities. He has led the study team of Builders Association of India for study to China and UAE. He is a life member of International Society for Krishna Consciousness. With this, I welcome our today's speaker and today's chairman of the session, Anand J. Gupta sir. Thank you, sir. We will welcome him with round applause.
Good morning, friends. Among all the professionals, only one person who is not qualified professional, that is Anand Gupta. But I'm really very happy to be part of this session for the obvious reason that probably I get in touch with all chartered accountants and the practitioners every day because of my real estate business. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it gives me immense pleasure to be part of this 3 days MahaRERA Leadership Development Program seminar organized by Committee of Commercial Law and hosted by Pimpri-Chinchwad branch of Western India Regional Council of Chartered Accountants. I am more happy, particularly looking at the issues and subject that will be deliberated by experts in these 3 days seminar on various aspects of RERA. As a chairperson of Housing and RERA Committee of All India Builders Association of India, I am delighted to be part of this session and hope that at the end of it would enhance my knowledge and shall be elated to attend, solve and various issues and queries raised by the committee. Friends, before I go on the real issues, let me brief you about my Builders Association of India. Builders Association of India is a body of all the infrastructure developers and real estate developers in the country, having more than 21,000 business houses as their member and around 150,000 as their associate member in the country, having a 210 centers throughout the country. This association is one of the oldest association built before even independence of this country for taking the care of all the infrastructure matter and the real estate matters in the country. I am happy that today I have been invited as a Housing and RERA Committee Chairman for this important matter of housing and RERA. Friends, whenever I was in Builders of India, we have got two kind of members. One is the people who are dealing with infrastructure development, and another people who are dealing in the real estate development. And in my 45 years career, at the age of 65, I have already completed 45 years in my industry. I have seen that even when somebody wants to do a 50 lakh rupees work, small public building or some warehouse, government department has been asking, what is your qualification to do 50 lakh rupees work? Whether have you in past completed 2 work of 25 lakh? Have you got some few engineers with you? Have you got some banking support? This has been happening for 50 lakh rupees work. This has been happening for 5 crore rupees work. It has been happening for 50 crore rupees work, and any size of work. There has been always some kind of pre-qualification criteria to give or not to give that work to that particular person. Looking at his past performance, looking at his what ability he has got. But unfortunately, in the same organization, same members, those who are doing real estate business, such a qualification till 2017 was not existing at all. Anybody and everybody whosoever has got some little money or political crowd or some influence in that particular area was free to become real estate developer. And in the whole process, what actually has happened, so many unprofessional people, those who do not know to run their business, those who are not qualified to do that thing, they became real estate developers. And in the whole process, so many people failed consumer, so many people could not perform the way it was required. I've seen, I'm a Mumbaiker, I've seen in Mumbai, the person who has not done a work ever, even 5 crore rupees work, he is holding a work of 500 crore rupees. Now naturally, the person who has not done in last 5 years 5 crore rupees work, and suddenly if he is having a slum development of 500 crore rupees, he is bound to fail. For obvious reason. It is not that he personally wants to fail, but he is not having that kind of setup, neither he has got a capability. And this kind of thing have been happening. But with a lot of effort from the various associations, in particular Builders of India, after a fighting for last at least 10-12 years, finally in 2016, this RERA Act came in the force. And somehow this regulator came in existence. We in Maharashtra particularly are lucky that we are having such a good leadership, because in particular in the whole country, if you just see, around more than 120,000 projects are registered in RERA in different states. Out of that, around more than 40%, I'll say 45,000, around 45,000 projects are registered alone in Maharashtra. And by every scale, any other state is not even 1/3 of Maharashtra. You know, the second state, Tamil Nadu, they are not even 1/3 of Maharashtra. So this is the leadership And then all this responsibility to, after era has come, probably has changed that, have made a lot of attempt to solve the housing problem and make this industry little regulated. And if you just see, after 2017, industry scenario has dramatically changed. It has, and in that, you all people, as a chartered accountant, has been, under the Act itself, it has been provided, and even in the practice you will see that you have been given a lot of responsibility to fulfill, to bring this industry more meaningful, more purposeful for the consumer point of view. And that is why I am very happy to be part of this the leadership program of chartered accountants. Now, just I will give you a little brief how important is this industry to be dealt in the whole process. I will just fastest growing industry in the country. And when I say the real estate do not only mean housing, it means composite of all the infrastructure, that is smart cities, airport, seaport, malls, and various aspects which connects to the real estate industry. And in that sense, it is one of the fastest growing industries in the whole country. This is having a very great contribution to the GDP. Presently, it is contributing 8% to the real estate industry alone, and with the infrastructure, it is contributing around 15% in the whole GDP. Real estate industry, which is today contributing 8%, is likely to contribute, as per the estimation of Government of India, Statistics Department, that by 2030, it is going to be 13%. Real estate alone is going to contribute 13%. So you have got a very important role in the nation building, and we all jointly are going to play that role. It is expected that 1 trillion the business of the real estate is going to be happening in the country by 2030, just six years away. That's what it is going to be, that kind of growth which is we are going to see as a contribution to GDP very soon. This is in the industry which is having one of the major employer contributing, right now it is giving employment to 60 million people. Around 12% of population is dependent on this business in the country. When I say 60 million means those are the people who are employed, but the other people are their house people who are dependent on that income. This is having a interlink with the another 250 industries, in particular cement, steel, sanitary ware, painting, and so many things. So naturally, they are playing. If real estate is going up, those industries are also going up. If industry, for whatever reason, real estate going down, naturally those industry also automatically, without any if but kintu parantu, it goes down. So it is having a great contribution to growth of those 250 industries also. As a, if the real estate is developing, those industries also going to develop. See, this is also industry which gives a provision for homes to the masses. Friends, you will all agree that after independence, these two things, food and clothes, we have sufficiently covered up and fulfilled the requirement of the public. But homes is still a dream for so many people. Our Prime Minister also has come up with so many Prime Minister Awas Yojana and so many other things. So this industry is playing a very important role to provide a homes to all. we can expect by 2030, though target was 2024, by 2000, everybody in this country will have home with the help of the real estate industry, and in particular with the help of RERA controlling all the industry properly. This industry invites lot of opportunity for the funding. Particularly, it invites lot of funding from the foreign countries, investors, attracts investors to put the money, and that boosts the economy in particular. This do not directly, but indirectly it is also boosts the another 250 industry in the country. Having said so much, still this industry is full of challenges. I just would like to narrate those few of the challenges, and I am having a quite hope from all of you that if you people play very constructive, positive role and apply your mind, those challenges, if not 100% can be removed, substantially can be solved in the favor of real estate industry, in turn in boosting the economy. Now, one of the problem is see, real estate industry even till today is not having a status of industry. Since it is not been given a status of industry, so many things becomes a problem. Particularly, funding becomes the biggest problem for that matter. People have to use some investor, people have to use some other methodologies to get the fund for their project, and this is basically capital incentive industry, and not having a support, not having this status creates a lot of problem. So I will request all of you to work, make sure that we give a presentation in such a good way that this industry gets a industry status, which will solve a lot of other problems, a lot of another connected problems. Negative list. Since it is not having a industry status, there is always hesitation from the banks, NBFCs, to other institutions, financial institutions, to fund this real estate industry. And that is one of the biggest lacuna this industry is facing. I need your help. I need your recommendation from your institute. Yes, this is not the time to, put the real estate behind. It is a time to put behind the boost. Now there is a regulator, there is a full check and balance on the people who are funding it, those people who are taking the money, and even the consumer is also now, right now, is fully protected. So there is no reason for them to put this industry in a negative list so that they are not getting the fund. That should not be the case. I definitely need big recommendation and help from all of you. Whenever even the banks are funding after, they don't fund on land, they don't fund till commencement certificate is over. Even when they want to fund for project finance, they say they want a very big size of collateral security. This is again a very big problem. See, it is always not possible for all the people to give a very safe collateral security to bank for giving this kind of, to take this kind of fund for the project. So I need even there also your support to make the thing easy for real estate and in turn to boost the country development. See, the defective NCLT laws have also created a lot of problems. You all will agree with me. See, this 90 days prescribed period for NCLT probably may be fitting to some other industries, but for real estate industry, the way in this country approvals are given, things happen, is absolutely not fit to declare any company an NPA account and in turn bringing him to NCLT. So it is being misused. I will, as an industry leader, I will say it is being misused. NCLT is being misused against the real estate developer, and you will find the very person who has been doing a good business brought under this and has derailed the whole progress. In turn, the consumer is suffering, industry is suffering. There is I need a recommendation from you, all of you, to that this correction has to be done. That either the NPA definition has to be changed for the real estate, or some other media required to be performed. Third problem is the taxation. friends, you will agree, you all must be consultant to various real estate companies and this thing. Real estate people are somehow, I don't know why, they are the hot target for the tax authorities. You will find in today's system, particularly after 2017, there is nothing for any real estate developer or for any other even businessman that he can hide any tax. He can hide any. He can do any business transaction without check and balance. But in spite of that, you will find 50% of the developers are getting one or other income tax notice, and he is being targeted. Somehow this needs a correction, because this concept, the person who is a contributor to the nation building is being targeted for some small here and there, is not really going to be not benefiting to the industry, nor it is benefiting the economy. So I need your support and recommendation, sir. Big refunds are held back till the litigations are on. See, it is very easy for government officer to put the matter on the litigation. Then he has to go for appeal, then High Court and Supreme Court. And in the whole process, his company suffers and real estate business suffers. Need support from all Chartered Accountant Associations and all of you that this position has to be improved. Faceless has made some difference, some corruption has gone down, but still not up to the mark. Everybody takes it very easy to just to put the matter on appeal and let him go to court kacheri and then get the decision. But it takes its own time and not good for the business to make. Another biggest problem is the GST. See, you will find that all the affordable housing is having a 1%, luxury is having a 5%, but without any input credit. So it then amounts to, first we pay contractor 18%. In that also, it is not that we can go away. We have to pay at least 80% GST bill we have to produce to get this, even certified this. So 5%, 6% stamp duty, 5% GST, and then so many premiums we have to pay. How much we can burden to a real estate industry? If we really want to give house to everybody, some position on this drastic correction is needed, and that in that you people can play a very important role. Accounting. See, as a experienced person in the business, as I said, at the age of 65, I have already completed 45 years in the industry. I have seen so many ups and downs, price factors, market factors makes this business little vulgar for income. Sometimes too good position is there, but at the same time, same people suffer after 2 years for obvious reason, because the market fluctuation is very high. Now government says you have to go with a percentage completion method only, which in my opinion, though the matter is already going up to Supreme Court, which in my opinion, simply for real estate industry at least, is not at all viable. Not at all viable means because there are so many factors. Sometimes person has to first complete the work, then only he can sell. Sometimes so many other factors are running around, which makes this completion method needs to be changed. Only only completed contract method can only work in this country. This percentage completion method cannot be accepted for the real estate industry, the way industry functions in this country. I need your help to improve this situation on this. Now the major subject on which, first of all, I am really happy that in a different session, expert people like Mr. Ramesh Prabhu, Mr. Tyagi, Mr. Tyagiraj, and even I have seen in the list that Mr. Gautam Chatterjee himself is going to, who has been the founder, chairperson of the MahaRERA, and probably all the RERA in the country have been following whatever circular he has been issuing, whatever rules, regulation he is forming. And I had a lot of occasions to meet him and follow him. He is also going to be coming here and addressing you. one thing I can say, Maharera particularly is doing a very good job. And I'm saying it with though, see, in my own company, when I talk to my accountant, when I talk to my other licensing people, they say, sir, ये तो बहुत परेशान करते हैं. आप हाउसिंग रेरा कमेटी के चेयरमैन हैं, हर 3 महीने में आपका SRO का मीटिंग होता है, आप ये बोलिए वो बोलिए. But when I look at it as a neutral person, and I feel if they are not wrong, because if at all we want to run the industry in a very good, disciplined way, we want to do justice to not only to the one business house, even to the consumer, even to the banking for institutions, NBFCs, those who are funding. Probably RERA, whatever Maharera is doing and whatever circular they are issuing, it has paid a good result to the industry, and it will continue to do. And I can hope for another 17 to 2013, maybe was a transit period. So many people who are not doing the work as per the rules and regulation, they have vanished, or they are about to get vanished. Those who are doing the work in a disciplined way, following the regulators, all the policy, they will survive, and they should only survive. And in that, you all chartered accountants have got a very important role. Particularly, see, the very big authority has been given to you. You have to certify every project, every quarterly. You have to certify every annually. So such a big authority should be used in a very constructive way to bring house to all and to bring the industry good status, which other industries are having, which before 2017 this industry also has been missing miserably. That all things are in you. One thing I can tell you, Mr. Gautam Chatterjee in 2019, he framed another policy, which was maybe not be part of the act, but then he made it. He framed the SRO, self-regulatory organization. And he said all the associations which are working in real estate, they should do their job to create awareness to their members, make all circular very visible, and in case they have got any query. So that kind of SRO, Builders of India is one of the SRO, and coincidentally Builders of India has made me as one of the, they have asked every SRO to represent 2 people. They have represented one of me as a SRO representative in the, and by virtue of that, every quarterly we meet chairman and all the officers of Maharera in Mumbai. And this, according to me, is one of the good states. I don't know whether other states are also following the same, but to the best of my knowledge, they are not following. But if they also start following, it is going to pay a good result, which has paid good result here. In particular, as you all know, and even they have made now, unless the person is connected with one of the SRO, he may be connected with TEDI, he may be connected with MCHI, he may be connected with NEREDCO, he may be connected with Builders of India, or even Maratha here in Pune, working there. So this has created their job little easy, and probably more authority and awareness. And they have made it compulsory. Any new project they want to register, either of them on SRO they have to get connected. Without that they will not register. This has also given the strength to the association. Probably it also had made a effort. I will say the others also should follow. Even you all should recount for it. Similarly, one thing I will also say, Maharera particularly has done one good thing. Anybody who has got any problem with the authority, account branch of the Maharera, registration is not happening, some queries they are not happening, every Thursday, 3 o'clock, they have opened one link. And that people can form that, whatever is the complaint, he can fill up the Google form, give it to them, and they will, within 3-4 days, they will verify that matter, and that concerned officer will be answering on that Thursday, 3 o'clock. So weekly, every week, this position, person, whether he is from Nagpur, whether he is from Solapur or any place, he can, sitting at his office, or I will require it should be done by all the RERA authorities in the country. Why only Maharera? Now, there are some few more points. See, one of the biggest problem is the stall project. When Mr. Sanjay Deshmukh, who is also going to be one of the session, he is going to chair, and very important person of Maharera. When he got appointed, at least the then officers told me, he has been appointed to specially to take care of all stall projects. But unfortunately, this is not happening to the in a spirit in which it is required to be done. I was told out of the 45,000 projects in Maharashtra, around 7,000 projects, which is quite a bit, almost 18-19% of the project are coming under the definition of stall project. And something very corrective action is needed to be done, because in the whole process, the consumer is suffering, that the developer is suffering, in probably industry is also getting bad name. And in my personal opinion, stall project, if person A has failed, it is not the end of life. There has to be a provision. The section 7 and 8, particularly section 7, they say you can terminate the person. Okay. But then appointing the section under 8, they have to have some laid down procedure. After particular notices, still if the person is not doing it, there has to be another developer. There has to be some other methodology to complete the project.
Which is there in SRA.
Which is in but somehow, at least I will say that there is a little failure on all of us. I want you to play a very constructive and important role, and if you can come out with some fair solution, which is a fair to the industry, fair to the regulator, not harming. It's not a question that he has failed, so even if he very near and dear, dies in our house, after 13 days, the life has to be made normal. So the person, other people who are lying, they have to be as comfortable as they were earlier. So similarly, if one developer has failed, whatever may be the reason, we cannot allow customer to suffer. We cannot allow that the bank who is financing has to suffer. But unfortunately, so I will request, when even Mr. Sanjay Deshmukh is here, you all to raise this issue, and second thing, come out with some solution. I have seen in your that whole program of 3 days that the last session is that this house is going to recommend to authorities and the government in particular all your suggestion, and I am sure this suggestion has to be given a top priority to in the best interest of the real estate industry. One small thing more. Yeah. See, presently, I have seen, particularly for all infrastructure, there is a insurance for labor that somebody died. There is a insurance for third party. But in real estate, I have rarely seen the insurance for title. I buy somebody's, I have seen somebody's property card, everything. Still there are people are, there has to be some kind of mechanism by which the business house is protected by paying insurance premium. As people are taking care of health, collecting money premium from so many people, and then one particular person falls sick, so he compensates them, they pay. Similarly, same principle should also apply here. Presently, according to me, that is lacking, and that is why so many doubts, if but Kintu Parantu goes on, and industry suffers. In turn, so many times consumer suffers. I am sure you all chartered accountant can make some job easy for the industry, and I'm hoping a great contribution from all of you. Friends, with this I would like to end my say. Thank you very much for inviting me, and more particularly designated me as a chief guest. I was not knowing that I will be called a chief guest, but thank you very much for patiently hearing me, and I'm hopeful that at the end of the day you will be contributing some good thing to the industry. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Secretary C.A. Sarika Chodiyam ma'am to brief introduce today's speaker, C.A. Ramesh Prabhu sir.
It's a pleasure to welcome C.A. Ramesh Prabhu sir. C.A. Ramesh Prabhu sir is practicing chartered accountant and CISA USA, qualified with experience of more than 3 decades, and whose opinion is sought on various laws and issues, particularly in RERA and cooperative sector. He is a regular faculty and task force member with ICAI. He has a practical in-depth knowledge of cooperative and housing sector. He is the author of 40 books on issues like conveyance, transfer of flats, parking, collection of dues from members, service tax for housing societies. He has authored 4 books on RERA covering all important features thereof. He is the editor of WRC Maharera Practice Manual to be published or is published by WRC of ICAI. He is the editor of MSWA Housing Societies Review, having circulation of 35,000 copies with readership over 1.5 lakhs across Maharashtra state. He was appointed by Government of Maharashtra in 2008 on its committee for drafting the law for deemed conveyance. He was invited to discuss before the Parliament Committee of Government of India to discuss draft bill of RERA, and most of his suggestions were incorporated in the final approval of the said Act. With this, we are delighted to have you join us today, sir, and thank you, sir.
Chief guest of the day, doctor who has done a PhD in the construction civil engineer, and who can be a better chief guest than Dr. Anand Gupta, though he is so humble that yes, you have designated me as a chief guest. A person who is much before the independence, an organization which is established much before independence, having 120 lakhs associated members, 210 centers. I think we cannot have a much better chief guest than you, Dr. Anand Gupta. So we are really thankful, and let me tell you, and which each one of you will say and agree with me, that he has not touched an irrelevant subject, a subject which is going to be discussed for the next 3 days. He has taken an overview and will definitely deliberate, and he has touched upon a chartered accountant, whether it is related to taxation, funding, accounting, compliance, and revival of the stall project from the beginning, registration till the end, and then the completion of the project, and the role that chartered accountant need to play, and the expectation that he has made. I think, sir, we will definitely, I vote you, will definitely honor and your expectation that we should come out with some recommendation. Yes, definitely, the Pune is a city which is an education hub. So we are privileged that this leadership program has been hosted by the Pimpri-Chinchwad branch, where we are all intelligent people. And in Maharashtra, if one of the cities which need to be highlighted is Pune and Pimpri, and this is the city where we have the technology driven, and the RERA, which is completely online. And I'm sure that the chartered accountants who are related to the technical and innovation will definitely give some recommendation, and you will see the change that Pimpri-Chinchwad, which has taken a lead, will show you in a days to come. So we are thankful. Yes, thank you. We have, of course, Sachin Bansal, who is the, many of the branches, when we recommend them, you have it for 4 days, 5 days RERA development program. They are saying 92 sections. You say, Prabhu, have you become a mad that you want to have 3 days? And I said, no, if at all you want to deliver something, and Sachin Bansal believed us rather, I would say, both of us. And he did mention that let us have it. And they have put a lot of efforts under the guidance of course, Vaibhav Modi. Then, of course, we have Putni sir, who is, of course, also in the next year, we also expect that similar program. Yeah, so, and we will have a residential program. Why we want to have a residential program, we will discuss it later. So, of course, Sarika madam, who has introduced me nicely, briefly, she was taken aback. She said, you want me to read all this? I said, no, don't read. Rather, I said, my name, CA Ramesh Prabhu, is enough, because CA is most important than anything else that I carry. And however, she said, no, let me certainly touch upon the role that you have played in RERA. So thank you very much. And I was fortunate enough that when the Housing Regulation and Development Act 2012, if you know, in Maharashtra came, I was invited by the Select Committee of Maharashtra government, where 21 MLAs were there. Gautam Chatterjee was the Housing Secretary, where I deliberated about 3 hours with 21 MLAs, and Housing Regulation and Development Act of Maharashtra, Maharashtra Housing Regulation and Development Act was introduced. Of course, we wanted it to be done across India. So therefore, Fight for RERA, a concept called Fight for RERA, where we did lot of agitation and to get the RERA implemented. And I would request you, because you're all intelligent people, chartered accountants, I would request you to go through Google, download 2 acts, one of 2013 bill and the another is 2016 bill. Look at the drastic change that has happened. 2013 bill, not even one word which is related to chartered accountant has emerged. What I'm trying to say, that unless until we take a leadership role, unless until we proceed further and try to bring some change in the regulation that is happening in the state or in the country, and claiming ourselves as a partner in nation building. Of course, we are partners in nation building. That's the keyword given by Dr. ABJ Abdul Kalam. And present President Murmu has also said, Draupadi Murmu has also said that we are the one of the pillars in the nation building or economic building. But having said all this, but an initiative, a leadership, a proactive step has to be taken. So why I'm saying that, the RERA 2013 bill, as I said, no word of CA, but in 2016, 15 when the select committee was invited, and when I was involved in the drafting committee, and fortunately, let me tell you, I need to disclose this to you, because you will understand from where I am coming. The person, Mr. Goyal, Narendra Goyal, who is involved as a law officer in the Ministry of Housing, in the central government, he is none other than a chartered accountant. He is a chartered accountant and a law graduate, working in the legal department, an advisor to draft this bill. And when I met him, sir, I said, you are a chartered accountant, so you understand the power of a chartered accountant, and you know what are the issues that is faced in the real estate. One of the issues in the real estate is diversification of fund. If the fund is getting diversified, and because of that the projects are getting stalled, can you not think a role for a chartered accountant to be a part of this? He said, what do you want? I said, when the income tax department, when the RBI also getting, for import money or for clearance, even the dispersal of the money in the working capital, where chartered accountants are taken certificate, chartered accountants are given a role. If the money of the allotee has to be used for the project, why don't we have that particular clause and how it can be drafted, what we can do? So he agreed. So then fine. If that is the case, we need to do, then why not we have one more? Check and balance. It has to be check and balance. Nothing can happen, and this can happen only through the act. This is an act which we are bringing. So why don't we have a balancing act where there is a check and balance? He said, what do you want? I said, we are all expert in what? We are all experts and a partner in the nation building for the purpose of audit. Account and audit is our core subject. If accounts and audit is a core subject, why don't we have a particular audit? The way we have income tax audit, we have a GST audit, we have company audit. Why don't we have an audit for a real estate project? What chartered accountant, what other people are doing, whether that is getting properly done or not, let us have an audit. Who can be an auditor? Naturally another chartered accountant. So this way, the role of a chartered accountant was introduced. I'm not here to take a credit. What I'm trying to say is, each one of us, in the area that you and I practice, I'm not talking about RERA, if we can bring some change, it can be a marginal change, as Dr. Anand Gupta ji has rightly pointed out. If we can play a small role, I think that's a difference that we can make, and that is a difference that is required to be done, and that is a role that if we play, I think we are worth chartered accountant, we are worth giving something back to the society, something back to the profession. So therefore, having said these two roles, then I said, sir, fine. These are the two roles that you are given. Don't you think, if this is the way chartered accountants are given an importance, they also need to be given an importance that they can represent before the authorities. Because when we talk about registration of a project, giving a financial background, giving a certification, giving an audit, don't you think chartered accountant also in a position to represent the authorities, represent the regulator, represent the appellate tribunal, represent the adjudicating officer? He said, what do you want? I said, put us as a representatives. In the income tax we can represent, we can go in the appellate tribunal, we can go here, there. So in section 56, he said, I cannot put only chartered accountant. I said, you put advocate, you put chartered accountant, you put company secretary, you put cost accountant. What is that for me and you? I am not here to say that you exclude. Let us have an inclusive. Put all professionals, all are coming under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And this RERA is also a commercial law. And if this is a commercial law, no, Supreme Court says no, only advocate should do. I said, look at the other law. Where the GST we are representing income tax, we are representing other, where there is a stake of a chartered accountant, and this is a financial matter. And we are the people who know the in and outs of the finance. And you are not giving us that status. I think you will be doing some injustice to the industry, not to chartered accountants. See, we never and ever should say that you are doing injustice to me. The moment I say you are doing injustice to me, that means I am lowering my grade. Are you with me? Yes. I should not be lowering my grade. Why should I lower my grade? I said you are doing an industry to the injustice to the industry for which you are making a regulation. And let me tell you, I said the regulator that we are talking about is an IS officer. He is good in administration, but he needs an extended arm of a professionals. The very theme of the RERA is standardization. The very theme of the RERA is professionalism. The very theme of the RERA is to bring transparency. Who can bring this transparency? Who can bring this, standardization? Who can bring all these financial matters exposed? None other than a chartered accountant. So therefore, a major role should be given to a chartered accountant, and he can be an extended arm of the regulator. So when we talked about all this, the question came in that how all this can be done. Requesting you that please go through section 13 bill, which was introduced in the year 2013. Look at the bill which was amended after the Parliament Committee, and where you will see a lot of role for a chartered accountant. And wherever anything of this type of thing comes, it should be our responsibility to see that this type of changes we are trying to bring and trying to apply our mind. Okay, so with this background, I really thank, Pimpri Chief Branch Chairman, Sachin Bansal and Vaibhav Modi for arranging this program, and for all of you, I would like to congratulate. I really congratulate you for getting enrolled. Maybe a reason could be a CP hours. Okay. So everybody is laughing. So I have touched your heart. I have read your mind. So a reason could be a CP hours. I and you may be working for money. If I am and you are working for money, and if that working is making a difference in our attitude, in the difference in delivery, difference in servicing the society, I think that is a great thing. Sachin ji, in your absence, we are all appreciating you. So I think you have come at the right time. Give me a round of applause. No, I am not happy with your round of applause. Why should you be confused? You have paid 3,000 rupees and you are going to give your 3 days of life here. Huh? And then you are confusing giving. Let us have 1 minute of round of applause. Let us see the ground for 1 minute. Why should we be confused? Yeah. Thank you. Now this is no doubt for Sachin. but more importantly for you. And why? By clapping, you have become energized. Your blood circulation has increased, yes or no? So the different energy comes in us. So having said this, the Pimpri Chinchwad branch, I was just talking about, because Vaibhav Modi of course knew, but Sachin was not aware. So to convince Sachin that you conduct 3 days program was a very Herculean task. He said nobody will come here. Okay, but when we explained him the scheme and when explained the whole concept, he agreed and he has taken that risk, and I think worth taking this risk.
Yes.
Huh? And you also have taken the risk of 3 days. And I'll promise you, whoever has not come, I'm not talking about them, but the people who have come here, if you really put these 3 days sincerely, because you have already paid money, you are registered, you are going to get a CP hours, you are going to get food, breakfast, everything. And over and above, having spent this time, if you can just add little bit more, extra what? Being present here, being listening to the party, and exchanging your ideas. It definitely will add on one area of practice for you. If not area of practice, it will definitely enhance your knowledge. And that enhancement of the knowledge, it could be 1%, it could be 0.5% of your enhancement of the knowledge, or with the RERA or anything. And whatever I have just said, if that also can make little, difference in your life, I think in the area that you are practicing also will make difference. So what I'm saying is, again, please attend all this. Today we wanted Ajay Mehta to come, being a working day. We thought RERA chairman should be the person to lead. And then of course guest of honor we had asked Dr. Anand Gupta, because he could not make. We elevated you. So that is it. Tomorrow we have appellate tribunal member, real estate appellate tribunal member. We have Gautam Chatterjee, who is the first RERA chairperson and who has made lot of drastic changes in the implementation of RERA. Third, we are also going to have a person, Sanjay Deshmukh, who has come out with lot of show cause notice to the builders, developers, where even the registration of a project has been cancelled. So, and who has engaged, let me tell you, who has engaged earlier 6 chartered accountants. How many chartered accountants? 6 chartered accountants, paying 2 lakh rupees fees or 2,50,000 rupees fees for 6 months in order to analyze. Can you believe now? That strength has now doubled. 6 to he has made 12 chartered accountants. Why? Because to just 40,000 projects where quarterly update has to be done, the quarterly updates are not up to the mark, and because quarterly projects are not up to the mark, progress reports are not up to the mark, he had to increase it to 12, and over a period of time it will further increase. Now, what do you mean by this? It means that 40,000 projects that we have, just give you a figure so that you will understand what I am talking. 40,000 projects, it is actually 42,000 projects, into, at the time of registration, a CS certificate is a must. Forget about all that. That means 42,000 certificate, which is being verified. Now, this project, every year, even if I am taking average 4 years of the project, like it can be 5 years, 6 years, it can be 2 years, but average is 4 years. So every year, 42,000 projects into minimum quarterly 4 certificates for the purpose of withdrawal. So I'll make it 40 to be very, calculation wise, into 4. How much it becomes? 1,60,000. Yearly, 1 audit. Yearly, 1 audit. So, I'm on that subject. Don't think that I'm out of the subject. The subject given to me is professional opportunity. And chartered accountant's mind I know. Unless I give you a figure, you will not get convinced. CAs only understand figure. Yes or no? And I'm also number, sorry. So इनको लगा कि लेडीज का फिगर की बात कर रहे हैं हम लोग. सर आप बेंगलोर के हो. हमारे इधर फिगर बोला तो नंबर ही होता है. So anyhow, so we are not talking about any other figures. We are talking about numbers. Thank you for correction. देखो. चलो तो हम लोग कुछ लैंग्वेज भी सीख रहे हैं. So we all understand numbers, and that has been our 3 years articleship thereafter post every day. So 40,000 projects, 4 certificate minimum for the purpose of withdrawal. So I am on the professional opportunity. The next comes audit. देखो ये opportunity I will further take it 40. एक तो साल का तो है ही into 4. अभी मैथमेटिक्स शुरू हो गया. So this is 40 for one project. This is 160 per year, as he is rightly pointed out, for 4 years. कितना हो गया? 6 lakhs? 6 lakhs 40,000. This is another 40 into 4. 1 lakh? 60. Sir, total कितना हो गया?
8 lakh.
हाँ?
840.
8 lakh. No. This is only for the state of Maharashtra. I am not talking about India. For the time we are in Maharashtra. If you want a data of Pune, I will get you the data of Pune. You want data of Pimpri-Chinchwad, I will get you the data of Pimpri-Chinchwad. And the people who are the promoters in Pimpri-Chinchwad, they will work with 90% CAs of Pimpri-Chinchwad. If it's Pune, they are from Pune. If they are Maharashtra, they are in Maharashtra. Yes or no? Yes. आवाज दे दो. Yes. If I am telling something wrong, then I should know. The way he has pointed out. Vinay. See, I know you are all auditors. So that you can always do. If I am doing something wrong, you should point out. So we have 8,40,000 certificates. What must be the minimum fees that one can? If you want me to tell you about recommended fees, definitely I will share with you the recommended fees. But if you don't want to talk about recommended fees, let me talk about fees now. Sachin, I am not going again. नहीं तो आप बोलना नहीं चाहिए कि प्रभु साहब को बुलाया, वो अपना बैलेंस शीट शायद गिना रहे. हो सकता है उसमें से कुछ हिस्सा मेरा बैलेंस शीट में भी आता है. मेरा प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट में आ रहा है. ओनली थिंग सबका बैलेंस शीट, कलेक्टिव बैलेंस शीट क्या हो सकता है? जस्ट वन एक्ट, 92 सेक्शंस, एंड दैट टू सेक्शन, वन सेक्शन. आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट एनी सेक्शन. सेक्शन 4, 2 and this is a section which has given the opportunity. So what should be the fees for the first certificate? Can anyone tell me? कितना होना चाहिए? What I am charging, I will tell you later. But what should be the minimum? Because when you are doing RERA registration, a CA certificate is required in form number 3. What is that form number 3 which will be delivered on the last day? But today I am telling you. Are you comfortable to hear this type of numbers, or you want to study the RERA? नंबर ही चाहिए ना? नहीं तो सचिन बोलेगा अगली बार प्रोफेसर को मत बुलाओ, वो तो. So the fees for form number 3, when you are doing for the purpose of registration, what should be the minimum fees which is recommended by the institute
which I will tell you, and what is the fees that you and I should charge. Because let us understand the scope. The scope involved is you need to understand the entire estimated cost of the project for the next 4 years of the project, 5 years of the project. That means when you are analyzing the estimate cost of the project, it is not only the land cost that you are talking about, you are also talking about various elements of the cost which is going to be incurred. It talks about the finance cost, interest cost, it talks about the various elements of the cost, which talks about construction cost, it talks about the approval cost, it talks about the salaries, it talks about the engineers. Are you getting my point? Entire project cost. And then you and I need to analyze what are the costs which has been included in the estimate, which is not the cost of the project, which is related to the construction. It may be a project cost, marketing cost is not included. So that means there are certain costs which need to be excluded. So that means I am preparing an entire project report. Are you with me? The efforts that I am going to put to analyze is for the next 4 years, what he is going to do, a promoter is going to do, how much is the investment that he is going to do, where from the funds are going to come, what will be the selling cost, and what are the elements of the cost which is involved. That means I am helping him in preparing a project report. Estimated cost of the project is nothing but a project report. If you are preparing a project report of 100 crore, 200 crore, 500 crore, 20 crore, 50 crore, what will be the fees that you and I should charge? The problem with me and you as a chartered accountant is we are underestimating our services. If you and I underestimate my own services, do you think somebody will recognize me? He will not recognize. That is the pain that I am going through. That's the pain Nina is going through. That's the pain we as a chartered accountants are going through. And we always say, Kya? What we are saying? Nobody pays me. He doesn't honor my fees. He doesn't pay. He doesn't do. Yeah, what you are doing? Am I giving the service? Am I deserving this fees? If I am deserving the fees, you should get that fees. If you are not getting the fees, you should not. Because I am the person who is a monopoly here. The monopoly is given by the Act. The monopoly is given by the regulation. Monopoly is given by the government of India. And we are underestimating our own monopoly. I must have used the word monopoly. But for the time being, I am saying it's the right which is given by the statute to me, to my colleague. If my colleague is charging 10,000, I should charge 8,000. If I'm charging 8,000, another colleague charges 3,000, another colleague charges 500 rupees. Yeah, this estimated people are charging for 1,000 rupees. Is it the way we do the practice? Just because somebody is afraid of losing his client? If I am losing a client, let it be lost. But let us not undeliver, let us not underestimate the service that we are giving. Coming to the point, tell me now. I want you to understand because you are all intelligent. Agreed or not? I'm not here to boost you. I'm not here to appreciate you. But let me tell you, are we not in the Pimpri Chinchwad plant? Are we not a part of Pune, which is an educational hub? Yes or no? Yes. In Maharashtra, in India, this Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad is considered as one of the intelligent hub, educational hub, certified by the government of India and across India, across global. So if you are in the intelligent city, is it not our job to at least analyze what is that service I am giving? Tell me, if you are given a task of preparing a project report for 100 crore project, okay, of course, input will be given by the promoter. I am not technically sound, but I am technically sound as far as figure is concerned. Sorry, number is concerned. So number is concerned. When I am going to assess everything for a project report, tell me now. You need to tell me what should be the fees that I should charge. Now I am not going to tell what the institute has recommended. I am not telling you what I am recommending or what I am charging. What should be the fees that one should charge? Yeah, come out. Because it is a Sachin has given me a full freedom. बोला कि प्रभु साहब सब लोगों को मैं पकड़ के रखा है और ये इंटरेक्शन होगा. हे कुठे असं होणार नाही. तुम्ही बोलणार आम्ही बोलणार नाही असं होणार नाही. आम्ही पण बोलणार. सचिन तुम्ही बोललेत की नाही? सुरुवातीला पण बोलले ना. हे वर्कशॉप आहे. इंटरॅक्टिव्ह होणार आहे. आता तुमचं जबाबदारी आहे, लोकांनी बोलला पाहिजे. आता बोलत नसेल तर मला माहित नाही, जेवण देऊ नका. आता कोण नाही बोलत, आम्ही व्हिडिओ रेकॉर्डिंग पण ठेवलं. बोला, प्रश्न विचारला ना. एखादा प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट 500 कोटीची मी बनवत असेल, 500 कोटीचे एक रिअल इस्टेट प्रोजेक्ट मी बनवत असेल, ते पहिल्याचं सर्टिफिकेट आहे, पण त्याच्यासाठी तुम्ही किती पैसे लावणार आहे एवढं तर सांगा. नाही नाही नको नको नाही नाही नको नको, ते पुढच्या वेळेला बोलवणार पण नाही मला. माझं पण रिस्क असं एवढं रिस्क मी घेणार नाही. तुम्ही मला एवढं कमजोर समजू नका आणि मला बलीच्या बकरा बनवू नका. See, if it is a 500 crore project, okay, what is a normally if I am preparing a project report of let us say 50 crore, बहुत बड़ा नहीं चाहिए. We are all CAs are very conservative. Yes or no? Let us not take a big figure. 50 करोड़ का एक रियल एस्टेट प्रोजेक्ट होता है कि नहीं होता? होता है. 5 करोड़ में 10 करोड़ में कुछ नहीं होता. एक फ्लैट का कीमत ही 50 लाख. करेक्ट? तो 25-30 फ्लैट का तो होता ही है. So what should be the, let us assume project cost is 50 crore. What should be the project report fees? कितना होना चाहिए? हाँ? 1 lakh? 50,000? 3 lakh. कौन है 5 लाख? वो 5 लाख क्यों बोल रहे हैं मालूम है? हमने कभी बनाया नहीं, हम आगे बनाने वाले नहीं है. I'm just कितना प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट का 5 लाख रुपया दिया आपने? मैंने तो लिया नहीं. आपने लिया है? जरा माइक दे दो भाई. उनका सीक्रेट भी समझ लेते. हाँ कैमरा में ले लेते. नहीं, he is a senior most, jokes apart, but I really want to understand what is the basis that he said 5 lakh. Nothing more than that. See, we go with the logic. Let us go with the logic. Why he said 5 lakh? Very good. We as a chartered accountant go with the number of hours that we put in. Yes. What is the number of hours that we need? At least, from my estimate, at least 2 days will do. When I say 2 days of man hour, 2 days man hour, which means minimum 16 hours I am doing. So now you have to decide, if I am going to spend 16 hours in preparing that project report, my time, my junior's time, and 16 hours you may say, यार balance sheet देखने के तो मैं 5 मिनट में करता हूँ. If that is the way you are looking at, fine. But for me, no. For me that 16 hours depends on interaction that I do with my client when he comes. I do with his accountant, I do with his architect, I do with his engineer. These are all the time that I spend on that project. How many of you are keeping a time sheet? None of us keep a time sheet other than Big Four. They work on time sheet. There is a program for time sheet. But for us what happens? कोई आया, उसको चाय दिया, पानी दिया, 2 घंटा हम बिगाड़ेंगे. Because we are afraid that if I don't give tea, next time he may not come. And I may lose that project. So there is always a fear which is hammering on our head. Fine, that's okay. So coming to the point, minimum 16 hours. Am I estimating less or more? Do you agree with me? Yes. Do you agree? Yes. Do you agree that I have put 16 hours? Is it too much for a project report of 50 crore? Or this is okay? Okay. This is correct, right? ह्याच्यापेक्षा कमी होऊ शकत नाही. होऊ शकत नाही. बिकॉज तुमचं क्लायंट येणार, तुमच्याकडे 1 तास चर्चा करणार, नंतर तुम्ही ईमेल पाठवणार, तुम्ही हे पाठवा, तुम्ही ते पाठवा, मला हे बघायचंय, मला ते बघायचंय, तुमचा जमिनीचा एग्रीमेंट पाठवा, मला रेडी रेकनरची किंमत मोजायची. म्हणजे हे सर्व जे आहे ना पॅरामीटर, तुम्ही शेवटचा दिवस अभिनव वेलेकर नागपूरवरून आम्ही बोलवले. माझा आणि सचिनचा चर्चा झाला. त्यांना नागपूरवरून बोलवायचं म्हणजे काय माहितीये का, 25,000 रुपयाचा फ्लाईटचा खर्च आहे फक्त 1 तासचा लेक्चरसाठी. म्हटलं नाही. सचिन काय बोलले माहिती का, आपल्याला व्हॅल्यू द्यायची. 25,000 असू द्या, 50,000 असू द्या, तुम्हाला वाटतंय ना तो चांगला स्पीकर आहे, नागपूरला आणायचं आहे ना, हरकत नाही, तुम्ही घेऊन या. So that was his commitment, and then we did call. Both of us discussed, sir, we would like to have a local faculty. We would like to see that branch spends less time, less money. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. So coming to the point, what happened is, we have called Abhinav, who has contributed 100% on the module of registration of a project. This book, what we have edited, we are only means, but actual work has been done by 100 chartered accountants. And it is not my product. No doubt, people give us credit. Vinay and me certainly have put efforts in coordinating, understanding, getting one paper from them, analyzing, asking them to add this. No, आपने ये delete किया. We were orienting them, telling them, which of course people will share as when they come. So Abhinav has put entire effort, 1 month. Not only he does lot of registration of a project, but he has put efforts. So therefore, in the case of registration and preparing a certificate, we thought he should come and deliver. So he is there. He will help you. Coming to the point on the subject, numbers, not figures. So number is 16 hours I am going to spend now for preparing a project report. What should be my hourly fees? 8 घंटा आप काम करते हो. Now I will tell you what should be the calculation. आपका monthly income from your, I am talking about gross. I am not talking about, I am talking about gross. If I am talking about a gross, because we all understand the calculation. In a month, how many hours you spend? Per day, 8 hours? Or you are working more than that? 10 hours? 8 hours? Let us take 8 hours. Normal business hours. So 8 hours, how many days? 20 days? Saturday, Sunday तो casual होता ही है. Effective work. So 8 into 20 is how many? 160 hours. In a month, what is the gross income that you earn in your company? Try to understand. That's the time that you need to put. आप अपना बैलेंस शीट निकालो, अपना प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट निकालो, बराबर? तो आप अपने आपने पेपर तो दिया है आपको. You take out your paper, make calculation at yourself. You don't have to ask me. Of course, I will tell you little later. कितना होगा आपका? आप डाल दो. कितना है? आपको होमवर्क दिया है मैंने. सर, सचिन को बोलना पड़ेगा. हर एक का नोटबुक देखूंगा मैं. यार मैंने तो मेरे लिए नहीं बोला है. मैं भी लिख रहा हूँ ना. आप भी लिखो. निकालो नोटबुक निकालो. आप फिगर गलत लिखो मुझे चलेगा. बट मैं आपको पूछूंगा. I will be asking each one of you, what is the figure that you are written? So, what is your gross income? Somebody per month 5 lakh rupees. Somebody per month 6 lakh rupees. Somebody maybe 1 lakh rupees. What is your figure you write? I am not interested in other figures. I want to know what is your figure. Majority of you are practicing chartered accountant. How many are you are not practicing chartered accountant? You are not practicing. आप ऐसा करो, अपना सैलरी डालो. आप बोलेंगे कि सर हमको ये लागू नहीं है. इधर नॉट एप्लीकेबल नहीं होता है. Everything is applicable. Okay? So let us come to the salary figure, or let us come to the gross income. लिख दिया? Divided by 160 hours in a month that you spend. So when you divide by 160, you are divided by 160. So what is the hourly income that you are getting?
375.
What 370? अभी आपको जूनियर केजी में भेजना पड़ेगा. इंस्टीट्यूट को बोलना पड़ेगा आपका सर्टिफिकेट वापस ले लो. See, what is the monthly salary? Or you are practicing, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. What is your gross? Don't worry.
3 lakhs.
3 lakhs. 3 lakhs divided by 160. तो कितना हो गया? हाँ? 37? नहीं नहीं, उसका ही फिगर लूंगा ना. आप सॉरी नंबर लूंगा.
1875, sorry.
हाँ?
1875.
18. Say, let us say 2,000. That is his per hourly income as on today. He is spending 16 hours for issuing form number 3 for the purpose of registration, for the purpose of preparing a project report. So what should be your fees? 16 into 2,000. 32,000. लेना चाहिए कि नहीं लेना चाहिए? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. So let us check. I am going to check now. आपका फिगर क्या है? 2 lakh rupees per month. Okay. So I will erase this. मेरा कुछ formula है. I want to talk to you about the formula also. Okay. So we'll come to the formula. So I have got A, whose monthly is 3 lakhs 160. That means 1875. Let us say 2,000 rupees per hour. Okay. I got B, who says my monthly is 2 lakh rupees divided by 160. So how much it works out to? Huh? 1250. So how much it comes per hour? 1250. ठीक है? Now let me come to the C. आपका पगार है सर. तो आपका कितना पगार है? चिंता मत करो. कैश भी है तो ऐड करो. आप आर्टिकल है? नो नो. बोले आर्टिकल है. ऐसा मत करो यार. बिना देख के. कौन उधर बैठा है, किससे बात कर रहे हो वो तो देखो. ऑडिटर लोग का ये प्रॉब्लेम है. बिना देख के साइन करने का. बिना देख के कमेंट करने का. ऐसा मत करो यार. एवढा मला नाही वाटत पुणेकर एवढा पिंपरी चिंचवडकर एवढा नेग्लिजन्स आहे. बोला बोला. 50,000. 50 lakh rupees per annum divided by 12. How much it becomes? 4 lakhs. Say 4 lakh rupees per month. We are talking about 4 lakh rupees per month divided by 160. So कितना आ गया? 2,500. इसका डबल. Okay. Now let us talk about B. विनय का पूछते हैं. वो बताएगा कि नहीं बताएगा? No, he is not put. हाँ. हाँ. अभी. Now I am coming to the formula. Please understand. I want to understand why this difference. If somebody is getting 2,000 rupees per hour, he is getting, let us say 1,250 per hour. Somebody is getting 2,500 rupees per hour. And let me check with Vinay. He may give any figure. I will not get it audited. Number. No, sorry. Number. Such. Okay. 10,000 rupees per hour. Now let us multiply. अरे आप कुछ भी दो. We know how to calculate. 16 lakh rupees per month. Okay. Divided by 160. How much it is? 10,000 rupees per month. I don't mind disclosing mine. As on today, my gross receipt is 10 lakh rupees. Okay. Sorry, it's about, around 10 crores, not 10 crores per annum is my gross receipt. You divide by 12, it comes to around 80 lakh. How much it comes to? 8 lakhs? 10 crores. Yearly receipt is my 10 crores. 100 people are working. It is not that I want to say something, but it's a fact. Okay.
83 lakhs.
Okay. 83 lakhs. 33,000. Okay, divided by 160. So how much it is?
52,000.
Huh?
52,000.
52,000. If you ask Harish Salve, his gross receipts is about 100 crore. Harish Salve, he is also a chartered accountant, practicing law, going to Supreme Court and other high courts, and his per appearance is 50 lakh rupees. So his per hour charge is about 50 lakh rupees. Okay? Per hour. Now, I am not on anything. If that project report is done by Harish Salve, he will multiply by 50 lakh rupees into 16. If it is done by me, whatever you have calculated, let us say 50,000 rupees per hour into 16. Okay. Now it is done by Vinay, he charges 10,000 into 16, that means 1,60,000 rupees for that certificate or project report. And one who is charging 2,500, he will charge 160. So the minimum that we have got, everybody agrees that minimum, I am putting 1,250, let us say 1,500. And this is the recommended fees by the institute. So the institute has recommended that at least 15,000 rupees should be charged for a certificate. Okay. Now when I am talking about 15,000 for a certificate, naturally 15,000 here into 16, that's a minimum recommended. So when we talk about 1,516, how much it works out to? Huh? 24. So that means I should charge minimum 25,000. If a chartered accountant is not charging 25,000 even to prepare a small report, which is the minimum, and you may ask me how much I am charging 1 lakh rupees. Okay, because the time that I spend on that may be less, but my other chartered accountants who are employed, their time is counted. So seniors have got a half an hour, but others spend lot of time. So comparing their income, their salary outgo, timesheet is worked out, and that is how it is charged. But I am charging 1 lakh doesn't mean that you should charge. But we need to understand that minimum, if I am not charging 25,000, I am not doing justice to the profession, I am not just doing justice to the client also. Whatever he gives, just somebody said, कि वो article है, देखा भी नहीं, बराबर है. Same way, we don't see anything. My client has given, certified, then one signature. When I became a chartered accountant, my sister, who is not aware of anything, hardly 5th standard passed, she said, what is this chartered accountant all about? You know, daddy, mummy, they are celebrating as if something award you have received. And it was a celebration in the village, because I am the one chartered accountant who became CA in my village. So my daddy gave so many, sweets, parties, this. Though there is an income or not income, but the celebration was huge. So then I was asked by sister, so how can I do anything? हमने बोला कि जहाँ एक पेपर में एक साइन करते हैं ना, 500 रुपए मिलता है. Because just by signing one paper at that time, I'm talking about 30 years back or 32 years back. So, अच्छा एक सिग्नेचर के लिए 500 मिलता है, तो फिर महीने में कितना सिग्नेचर आप करते हो? तो what I'm trying to say is, somewhere we explain. So here is that you put your signature, you put your autography. When you put an autography, as Narendra Modi has said, it has its own weightage. Can I underestimate my weightage? The answer is no. So therefore I am saying, even if I am charging 25,000, multiply by 40,000. How much it becomes a generation of the revenue? How much is the revenue generated from the certificate? How much it comes? Huh? Jara. Huh? 10 crores or 100 crore? किसी ने 10 crore बोला. Okay? This is only certificate of registration. Now, let us come to the withdrawal. Quarterly, I am giving one certificate for the withdrawal. And the withdrawal certificate can be more, but it cannot be less. Minimum 4 certificates I am issuing in a year as a chartered accountant. Because there is a quarterly update I need to do. So, there also, you know that the efforts that I put, in a quarter, what is the money that he has spent? I have to certify. It is not the audit. Please understand. It is a certificate of true and correct numbers. It is not the opinion. Go to the, when you are certifying a number, that means it has to be accurate. It cannot be approximate. It is not an opinion. Certificate, what certificate I need to give as a chartered accountant? What is the, I know tea break has come. We'll take the tea break. Okay, in another 5 minutes we'll take a tea break. टी ब्रेक है ना? इधर है बाबू मुझे कितना बजे? नहीं तो मैं कुछ कमिट करूंगा फिर नहीं होगा तो मुझे ब्रांच का इकोनॉमिक्स मालूम नहीं है. सेक्रेटरी जी है. It's a genuine applause. Well, I have not seen any forum where they have escaped tea or sacrificed the tea. बोला कि नहीं, हम आए चाय पीना खाना और उसके लिए तो पैसा दिया है और आप तो escape कर sacrifice करने को बोल रहे हो. ठीक है. I am very happy that you have sacrificed. So let us come to the point. 100 crore I am giving for the certificate of registration, a project report. दूसरा 1,60,000. Sir Anand ji, whenever you feel comfortable, you are free to leave. I am not holding you. I know he has to travel to Solapur, and I really appreciate that you are sitting because he will be the person actually whom I want to convince, not to you. That don't underestimate us. He is a Builders Association chairman. He should go and back and communicate. He doesn't call me in his seminar. मतलब एक प्रभु को बुला तो वो cost हो जाएगा. So coming to the point, 1,60,000. Yes, welcome. You have missed a lot. So 1,60,000, and this is getting recorded, and we'll see that this recording is made available to you. Go and analyze at home what I am talking. Because this was my precondition to the branch. Sir, you have to get it recorded. If possible and branch permits, ICF protocol permits, put it in YouTube. Because this has to go at large. A opinion building has to be done. That we are not the chartered accountant who can just ask, any promoter can ask and tell us to sign what he wants. We cannot be pressurized. We are not their employees. They cannot dictate terms. We are an independent professional recognized by a different law. We are a part of a regulatory system, and we have gone through that rigorous training, rigorous study, and with all these efforts we have become a chartered accountant. In entire India we have only 4 lakh, and everything is within that 4 lakh people. Out of that 2 lakh is in service, 2 lakh is in practice. Are you getting my point? So that means the competition is where? Within 2 lakh rupees, 2 lakh people. That 2 lakh people, persons are who? We. यार मेरा भाई को गया, मेरा सिस्टर को गया, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? So we should not be so much after getting the work and underestimate our fees and the service that we give. So I am talking about 160. Let us understand the scope involved. First I said project report. The moment I say project report, financial report, you understand. Fund flow, cash flow, and estimated cost, everything. And I need to interact with the architect. I need to understand how many floors are there, how many FSI is there, how much is the construction cost, how much is the other cost, how much is the marketing cost, what is to be included, what is to be excluded. Have you estimated properly? Have you not estimated properly? My intelligence goes there. My experience goes there. My skill goes there. Anything wrong, ultimately he will be accountable and responsible to the society at large, to the regulator at large. So therefore, there is a project report we have seen that 25,000 should be our fees. Let us understand the scope involved in the certificate. What is the fees involved in the certificate? Can anyone tell me what is the scope involved? Of course, in detail, technically we will be explaining, but let me tell you overall. Overall, when I am issuing a form number 3 for the purpose of withdrawal, I am certifying. What I am doing? I am certifying. What I am certifying? I am certifying the cost incurred. Cost incurred in the books of account with an evidence, with the proper evidence, audit evidence, documents that this is the cost incurred towards the land cost. If this is a cost incurred towards the land cost, I need to look at the balance sheet, agreement. I need to look at the books of account. I need to look at the bank statement. I need to correlate. Are you with me? Can you certify without correlating all this? Can you believe what Anand Gupta, my friend, gives me and I certify? If I am doing that, that means am I doing justice to my profession? Am I doing justice to the, recognition that is given to me by the government of India? No. So therefore I need to do that. So if I am doing all this, thereafter I am going to identify each of the expense head. That means for every 3 months, what is the expense that is incurred towards salary of a supervisor? Whether that supervisor is in the office or that supervisor is in the site. If he is a supervisor in the site, it comes as a cost of the project. If he is a supervisor in the office, will this become a part of the project cost? The answer is no. If he is a security guard, salary to the security guard, which is at the site, yes, cost of the project. Are you getting my point? Because every promoter wants to withdraw more money. And unless until I will certify, he cannot withdraw the money. Try to get my point. So when I am certifying, that enables him to withdraw the money from the RERA designated account. What is RERA designated account? Everything RERA overview I will take. But I thought I need to tell you the numbers. I need to tell you the scope that is involved. So I need to certify each of the expenses, even 5 rupees Xerox expenses incurred. I need to certify. Is it for the cost of the project or is it for the office Xerox? A printing that has been done. If it's a brochure, naturally, I need some water. And many of you may be requiring water. Madam, Sarika madam, you will have to arrange the water. Please. By each of the expenses that is incurred. And having said that each of the expenses that is incurred, I need to do the audit trail. I need to verify the evidences. I need to go through the invoices. Not only the invoices, I need to go through the delivery channel. Because invoice can come. And people who are certified on the basis of invoice, they have gone behind the bar. Look at the risk that I am taking. A person, without verifying the books of account, just to give you an example of D.S. Kulkarni. You are all aware of D.S. Kulkarni? Yes. A builder, a dedicated builder, famous builder, honest builder. But for whatever may be the reason, sometimes the system, sometimes the circumstances are such that such a renowned builder who is, even today, I have great respect for him. Okay. Okay, the type of product that he has prepared, the type of building he has done in Mumbai, Pune, and the name that he has earned for the Maharashtra community as one of the leading developers is huge. Okay, meeting him, it was inspiring. It is inspiring, everything. But for some calculation mistakes, somewhere something went wrong, and the chartered accountant certified, and because of that he got the audit, and the chartered accountant was behind the bar. And this is the onerous responsibility which has been casted, as Dr. Anand Gupta ji has rightly pointed out. It is a responsibility which is casted by the Act of Parliament. Not only the Act of Parliament of RERA. RERA is also Act of Parliament. And the CA Act is also Act of Parliament, a regulatory body. So, both the regulators, we are trying to cheat. And we are also cheating the allottees who are put the money, and that trust money we are allowing them to withdraw, and therefore we need to verify all of this. Maybe he may not be personally doing it, but he will definitely get it ensured through his junior, maybe with the article. Are you getting my point? Yes. So that means my scope involved is quarterly concurrent audit. Please understand, I am doing a concurrent audit of that project for 3 months, and each of the vouchers I have to verify, and not only giving my opinion again. I am certifying the numbers. If the number is 2 lakh rupees, I certify. This is to certify that 2,10,000 5 rupees is incurred. 5 rupees cannot be 4, 5 rupees cannot be 6. Are you with me? So if I am certifying, now understand how much time that you will be spending for 3 hours certificate. Form number 3, to do the concurrent audit of all bills, accounts, statement, bank reconciliation. ledger, scrutiny, everything you have to do. If everything is done, how many hours you will put? According to me, at least you will put again 16 hours. Yes or no? How many of you are agreeing with me? 16 hours, 2 days? More. Somebody, how many hours?
More time will
More time. How many hours? Estimate.
around 4 days.
4 days. He wants 4 days. Possible. How many of you can do all this? Yeah. How many of you need 1 day? Can anyone tell me? Can you do the concurrent audit of a project of 50 crore where you have to analyze the receipt from the allottee, you have to analyze the entire bank statement, you have to verify the bank reconciliation statement? It is not the audit. You are not expressing opinion. You are certifying. So therefore each number that I am certifying, I am getting reminded. Now whenever I talk about figure, आपका figure आ जाएगा. So number that I am certifying, okay, that's very important. So at least 16 hours I am putting. If I am putting 16 hours, depending on your balance sheet, okay, you will have to charge. And minimum that we have seen is 25,000. If I am taking 25,000, अभी ये बोलेंगे कि यार प्रभु साहब अपना कमाई का बात कर रहे हैं, हमारा नुकसान कर रहे हैं. नहीं अभी नहीं बोलेंगे आप. 25,000 should be per certificate. Yes or no? And I am charging. Let me tell you, it is not that I am telling some figure which I am not asking my junior to charge. Of course, I am not certified. Let me make it very clear. हाँ काय नाव साहेब तुमचं जरा मला आता तुम्ही बोलले 5 लाख रुपये एक प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्टला ते 5 लाख बोलले आता ते म्हणतात एक सर्टिफिकेट मी 3 महिन्याचा व्हेरीफाय करतो ऑडिट करतो कन्करंट ऑडिट करतो व्हेरीफाय करतो आणि सर्टिफिकेशन करतो आणि मी 25,000 मागतो ते देत नाही.
मी सुरुवातीला रजिस्ट्रेशन करताना 50,000 रुपये घेतो नंतर वर्षभरात पैसेच नाही घेत.
व्हेरी गुड चांगल्या गोष्टी आहे. का घेत नाही कोणी सांगितलं घ्यायला नको.
मी नाही घेत ना. माझे
तुमचं चॅरिटी आहे.
रजिस्ट्रेशनच्या वेळेस 50,000 घेतो नंतर घेतच नाही.
तर तुम्ही वर्षभर त्याला सर्व्हिस देता.
वर्षभर एकदाच फी घेतो नंतर घेतच नाही.
ठीक आहे 50,000 तुम्ही वर्षभरात केला.
मला रेराचं सांगतोय.
मी रेराचाच बोलतो ना. मी रेराचाच बोलतो साहेब. तुम्ही आता प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट बनवायला 5 लाख बोललेत की नाही. आता रेकॉर्डेड आहे.
प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्टची वेगळी फी घेतो ती रेरामध्ये येत नाही.
अच्छा हे एक मिनिट
म्हणजे हा रेराचा प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट नाही मला सांगायचं.
ओके.
पण ते जर त्यांना फायनान्स घ्यायचा असेल फायनान्शियल इन्स्टिट्यूशन कडून आणि त्याला जर 50 कोटीचे कर्ज करून दिलं तर मी 5 लाख रुपये घेतो.
ठीक आहे. म्हणजे तुमचं असं म्हणणं आहे मी वर्षभरात ते तुम्हाला रजिस्ट्रेशनला सर्टिफिकेट देतो रजिस्ट्रेशनचं पण काम करतो आणि वर्षभरात त्यांना जेव्हा बँकेला विड्रॉल पाहिजे त्याच्या पण सर्टिफिकेट देतात.
तुम्ही सांगा तुमचा कस्टमर प्रत्येक वेळेस तुम्हाला 25,000 देऊ शकतो का? सांगा किती जणांना कस्टमर देतो.
नाही मी येतो तिकडे तो देऊ शकतो की नाही देऊ शकतो.
प्रॅक्टिकल जे आहे ना आता तुमचं मुंबईची प्रॅक्टिकल वेगळे आहे आमचं पुण्याला किंवा
तुम्ही सांगा ना तुम्ही सांगा ना. मी वर्ष
नाही एवढे पैसे.
आपलं नाव काय?
GM
काकडे साहेब. मी आपल्याला विनंती करतो तुम्ही सांगा ना माझं अवरली फीस 100 रुपये आहे. हरकत नाही ना आपण त्याला मल्टिप्लाय करू. बघा माझं फीस किती आहे तुम्ही ठरवायचं आहे. कोण ठरवतील ते आपण नंतर बघू पण आपण समजून तर घेऊ. तुम्ही बोललेत 50,000 मध्ये मी वर्षभरात त्यांना सेवा देतो. का देतो? बिकॉज ते बिल्डर देत नाही मला. हरकत नाही बिल्डर देत नाही म्हणून आम्ही 50,000 घेऊन वर्षभरात त्यांचा 4 सर्टिफिकेट देतो. एक रजिस्ट्रेशन सर्टिफिकेट देतो बरोबर आहे. हे सर्टिफिकेट फॉर विड्रॉल आणि ऑडिट सुद्धा त्याच्यामध्ये आले का? नाही टॅक्स रेराचा ऑडिट असतो त्याच्याचा. व्हेरी ऑडिट आला. ओके. तर आपल्याकडे 6 सर्टिफिकेट आम्ही इश्यू करतो. वर्षभर त्याला कन्करंट ऑडिट करतो. रेराचा ऑडिट वेगळा असतो. ठीक आहे. हे रेराचा ऑडिट इज नॉट सेम एज युअर इन्कम टॅक्स ऑडिट GST ऑडिट और युअर कंपनी ऑडिट. इट्स समथिंग डिफरंट having its own regulation. That is why we have a 3 days program. So coming to the point, so for 6 certificate where he is investing, तुम्ही मला सांगा तुमचा वेळ किती जातो? 7 सर्टिफिकेट द्यायला एक पहिला सर्टिफिकेट देतो 2 दिवस तुम्ही घालवणार की नाही घालवणार? जास्त जातो. किती दिवस घालवतात सर्टिफिकेटला? 4 दिवस. रजिस्ट्रेशनला ते साहेब 4 दिवस घालवतात. त्याच्यानंतर मला सांगा, आपण एनालाइज करू ना. आपल्याला कसं आहे, अनलेस अंटिल यू इंट्रोस्पेक्ट and start thinking. That is why we have kept 3 days program. Unless until I introspect, unless until I think, apply what I am doing. Because sometimes you need to come out of your regular practice. So 4 days I am putting for registration. हा सर्टिफिकेट तुम्ही जे देतात क्वार्टरली, त्याला किती दिवस घालवतात? 1 दिवस. तर अजून 4 तास तुम्ही सर्टिफिकेटला घालवतात. आणि ऑडिटला किती दिवस घालवतात? वर्षभरचं ऑडिट 1 दिवस म्हणजे आपल्याला 9 दिवस, म्हणजे 10 दिवस धरू आपण. ओके, 10 दिवस आपण काम करतो आणि आम्ही 50,000 फीस घेतो. बरोबर आहे? 50,000 फीस भागिले 10 तास किती झाले हो? दिवसाला 5,000. आणि ते 5,000 मध्ये डिवायडेड बाय 8 आवर्स, 5,000 डिवायडेड बाय 8 किती झाले पर तास? 625. त्याच्यामध्ये माझा ओव्हरहेड, हे ते भाडा, रेंट सर्व आला. माझा तर वेळ गेलेला आहे, पण माझा ऑफिसचा पण त्याच्यात खर्च होतोय नाही. त्याला चहा पण पाचतो क्लायंट आला की. तर 625 पर आवर आपला फीज आहे. बरोबर आहे? मी मुंबईचं सोडून द्या, मी पुण्याचंच बोलतो. माझा मी बोलत नाही. आपल्याला सांगा 625 रुपये पर आवर म्हणजे तुम्ही 50 येऊन तुम्ही योग्य मानतात? हे फीस तुम्ही जे चार्ज केलं तुम्हाला योग्य वाटतंय का? नाही योग्य वाटत. पण समोरवाला देत नाही म्हणून आमचा क्लायंट मराठी चालेल ना? असं का? माझं मराठी तेवढं चांगलं नाहीये. चालतं ना? आपण चालून घ्यायचं. तर एनिहाव माझं एवढंच म्हणणं आहे. व्हॉट आय एम ट्राइंग टू फिगर आउट इज 50,000 then dedicating to somebody that this is the effort that I am going through and this is the way it is working. How he will agree? Today Anand Gupta has understood. Sir, this is 625 rupees per hour. If some chartered accountant is checking, it is shame on him, shame on the person who is availing his service. Now he will communicate to his Builders Association of India. No, we need to respect, we need to understand, and we need to take value from them. If you are giving, small money, or you are giving a peanut, you will get monkeys. Are you getting my point? What I am trying to say? So that means you are not going to get the service that you are deserving. You are not able to give the service that is expected of the act. It is not getting. You are not able to give the service that is expected of the Act of Parliament of our institute and the profession that I have accepted and going through. So therefore, according to me, I never said you charge the fees as per Bombay. साहेब काकडे साहेब ना, मी असं कधी म्हटलेलं नाही. तुम्हाला प्रत्येकाला मी कामा करायला लावला. हे का लावलं? एक्सरसाइज हे का लावलं मी? मला तुम्हाला तुमच्याकडून काय करून घ्यायचं नाही, माझ्यासाठी नाही, तुमच्यासाठी. तुम्ही वर्किंग करा ना. तुमचं त्यांना विचारलं मी, तुमचं किती आहे? 3 लाख रुपये आहे. हे काय बोलले? 2 लाख आहे. तुमचं 1 लाख होऊ शकतो. नवीन प्रॅक्टिस जर आहे त्यांच्या 1 लाख मध्ये होऊ शकतो. एखादा घरी करत असेल, त्याला ओव्हरहेड नाहीये, तो 50,000 पण म्हणू शकतो महिन्याला मला पाहिजे. तुम्ही तुमचं वर्किंग करा ना. तुमचं वर्किंग करून माझा वेळ जे घालवतो मी, तेवढा मला फीस मिळतो का? तेवढं तर करायला पाहिजे की नाही? आणि मिळत नसेल, आपण समोरच्या माणसाला समजून सांगायला पाहिजे की नको? येस ऑर नो? इफ येस, मग टेल मी, आर वी डुईंग दॅट? तुम्हाला आश्चर्य वाटेल, खूप आश्चर्य वाटेल. श्रेयश माझा मुलगा आहे, तो 2022ला म्हणजे 1 वर्षापूर्वी सीए झाला. 1 वर्ष मी म्हटलं तू बाहेर कर. आता तो माझ्या बरोबर जोडलेला आहे 1 महिन्यापासून. माझा मिसेस नेहमी म्हणते, शी इज ऑल्सो कमिंग टू द ऑफिस. ते म्हणते घर में जाने के बाद वो क्लाइंट आया, आप उसके साथ 4 घंटा बात कर रहे हो, 3 घंटा बात कर रहे हो. तो आप जो है ना, वो क्या मुद्दा है वो लेने का, समझने का और अपना कंसल्ट लेकर उनको भगाने का. करेक्ट? बट मेरा वाइफ है ना, शी इज बीकॉम, शी डज कैलकुलेशन, शी लुक्स आफ्टर माय I'm seriously telling you. But she doesn't understand that my fees comes by my talking. मैं जितना बात करता हूं उतना मेरा इनकम बढ़ने वाला है. अब जो मैं देने वाला हूं वो मैं बात नहीं करूंगा. अब क्लाइंट को जिसको सर्विस देने वाला हूं वो नहीं बताऊंगा और समझाऊंगा नहीं, वो कैसा देगा? और मैं इनको बोलता हूं सब ये सब मुझे देना है, आपके लिए फीस 1 लाख रुपए है, बाकी को 15,000 में करो. भाई सब आपको जाना चाहिए उधर, 100% जाना चाहिए. कोई आपको ये नहीं बोलता हूं मैं मेरे से सर्विस ले लो, मेरा सर्विस आपके लिए उपलब्ध है 1 लाख. आपको लगता है यही सर्विस कोई आदमी 10,000 में देता है, आप उसको लेना चाहिए. डोंट डिपेंड ऑन मी. आई एम हियर टू कम्युनिकेट बिकॉज यू ऑलरेडी पेड मी 5,000 रुपीज कंसल्टेंसी. आपने ऑलरेडी 5,000 दिया है कंसल्टेंसी का, मैं 5,000 लेता हूं, आपने तो दिया है 5,000 के लिए. हाउ कैन आई डिलीवर मोर देन व्हाट ही इज एक्सपेक्टिंग? ही केम टू अंडरस्टैंड वन स्मॉल लाइन, बट इफ ही हैज कम for understanding one line, for 5 minutes I can deal with him, I can give the answer also, and then I can send him. No, then I will explain what is that I am going to deliver. And not only that, please understand, you have to look at my quotation. The quotation goes about 5, 6, 7 pages. Now you may say, my son gives the quotation when he joined, even today he gives the quotation, email में आता है, sir project registration का है और quarterly update का है और फिर आपका एनुअल इसका कोटेशन है. ये एक ईमेल लिखता है रजिस्ट्रेशन 1 लाख रुपीस, क्वार्टरली अपडेट 25,000 रुपीस, फिर ईयरली ऑडिट 50,000. ऐसा करके एक ही ईमेल में आंसर देते. मैं इनको झाड़ा, बोला यार क्या कर रहे हो, व्हाट आर यू डूइंग, हैव यू नॉट सीन माय स्टैंडर्ड कोटेशन? बोले नहीं इतना लंबा किधर है वक्त. बोला आप वो वक्त नहीं दोगे एक कम्युनिकेट करने के लिए, फिर पैसा किधर से आएगा? वो तो बोलेगा कि वो दूसरे से लेगा. So your scope of the work should be such that quotation should be so exhaustive that he understands all this. My scope is involved, and I tell them the client, आप दूसरे से समझ लो. फिर परसों क्या हुआ, एक क्लाइंट आया 6 बजे, 9 बजे तक मैं बैठा 3 घंटा बजे मेरे लड़के को मैं बिठाया. आया क्या है कि सर जनरल बॉडी लेना है तो आप आके जरा आधा घंटा हमें एक्सप्लेन करो. मैंने समझ लिया, कर लिया, फिर उसको सब समझाया किया. और घर में जाके बोलता है डैडी मानना पड़ेगा आपको. वाइफ को भी बोलता है डैडी ने बराबर उनको बॉटल में उतार दिया. ये वर्ड यूज किया उन्होंने, बोला ऐसा बॉटल में उतार दिया. बिलीव मी दैट क्लाइंट in next 2-3 meetings is going to pay me 1,50,00,000 rupees as a fees. I told my son 1,50,00,000 is the fees that I am going to charge him. Why I am able to charge him 1,50,00,000 as against maybe 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs, and I will show you, I will tell you that. Why I am saying, and he will pay me 1.5 crore because he has understood the depth in which I am going, the talk, that discussion that I have done, the way that is going to progress. I will give you the name of the project in the sense the scope of the work. The scope of the work is 17 floor building is done. Sir, 17 floor building is done. 3 builders came. Last 10 years, the existing society without rent, they're out. They don't have their house. And new members who have paid 1 crore rupees for buying a flat, that flat is not done. Building is up to 21 floor. And last 7 years, the building is strong. The person has become a bankrupt because 33 projects he had taken, and he's a new young, builder without any experience. He took 33 projects. All 33 projects got into problems, and he went behind the bar. Multiple sales of the flat has been done. Now, who came to me? The existing society and the buyers. Now, I am arranging a meeting, and there are about 100 members, and each member I am charging 1,50,000. A project of next 3 years, I am going to monitor, give them the solution, and giving them the agents required, contractor required, evaluation. It is not that 1.5 crore just like that I am getting. So I explained entire scope. Having explained all this scope and took 3 hours, my son got so much impressed. बोला कि सर ये क्लाइंट अभी जाएगा नहीं बाहर, ये क्लाइंट अभी बाहर जाएगा नहीं, जितना फीस आप चार्ज करेंगे उतना फीस मिलने वाला है. The reason I am saying is and sharing is that I need to communicate to my client what is that I am going to deliver, and that delivery comes by way of discussion and spending time with the client. Yes or no?
Yes.
Are we spending that time? Just write down in yourself. Am I spending required time with the client? Am I understanding what is his challenges? Am I understanding his issues? Am I able to communicate to him what value that I am going to give? Please note down. Am I communicating to my client what is the value that I am giving? What is the service that I am giving? What are the consequences if that service you are taking from somebody else and you will get a fees of 50 lakh rupees fine? A small builder, I would not say small builder, a builder, made a small mistake. Small mistake of what? In the advertisement, he put RERA number in a small letter. Okay, Piramal, Mahalakshmi. How much penalty levied? 50 lakh rupees. How much? 50 lakh rupees. Now, tomorrow or day after tomorrow, one Karan is coming from Nagpur. Okay, he is handling one client. Okay, he did consult with me, and that client has gone to a number of places, and ultimately they have come to Karan. Karan said, "Sir, let us do jointly." I said, "No problem." We discussed. What is the client? You know, it's a housing society. What is this? A housing society project. And they were told by some consultant who doesn't understand the RERA, who has not met, maybe not read RERA, but he ventured into giving a consultancy, and that society ventured into taking a consultancy from a person who doesn't understand RERA. Are you with me? बोले ये तो हाउसिंग सोसाइटी है. हाउसिंग सोसाइटी आपका मेंबर को आप फ्लैट बेच रहे हो, आप प्लॉटिंग करके उनको दे रहे हो. रेरा का रजिस्ट्रेशन किधर आता है? प्रभु साहब को तो कुछ काम ही नहीं है. वो तो अपने लेक्चर में नहीं प्रभु साहब का वीडियो देखा, यूट्यूब में देखा, सब कुछ देखा, बोला कि नहीं हाउसिंग सोसाइटी है तो कि रेरा लागू है. नहीं, वो तो हाउसिंग सोसाइटी वाला है, वो रेरा को प्रमोट कर रहा है, वो स्पोक्समैन ऑफ रेरा है, उसको छोड़ दो. हाउसिंग सोसाइटी को रेरा लगता नहीं. ठीक, तो किसी ने कंप्लेन किया तो यू नो हाउ मच पेनल्टी हैज बीन चार्ज? 6 करोड़. Karan को आप पूछो, when he comes here, I will not be there. Okay, neither I will communicate to him. Don't worry. He will share that client name. Okay. Society 6 crore penalty is levied. They went in the appeal, and in the appeal they were told, you pay 30%, 1 crore 80 lakhs as a penalty. Then we'll apply, take the appeal. Deposit 30% minimum as per the law. We deposit them. They are not able to do. They went to the High Court because it was dismissed. Went to the High Court. High Court said nothing doing. Go back to RERA, appellate tribunal. We will give you. Deposit that money which is as per the law. We cannot do anything. So now they are depositing 1 crore 80 lakhs, getting the appeal admitted, and they want to appear on behalf of the client to get this penalty set aside. Now look at this. If they had taken a consultancy from a known person who understands the RERA, believe me, across Maharashtra, people are coming to me by taking prior appointment. Not that I am trying to boost myself. What I am trying to say is, people require value addition. People require some expert guidance. They require some specialization. Can I do that specialization? That is the way you need to look into. Forget about it. What I am saying is, because of small mistake that is committed, how much is the loss that promoter has incurred? Today, the entire project is stalled. The entire housing society members are in trouble. It is going on. It was in the year 2018 judgment. Now we are in 2020. Because this penalty has come, the entire project has become stalled in Nagpur. About 600 crore project. So 300 crore, 2% penalty was levied. So it is estimated 300 crore. Maybe it is more. But what I am trying to say is, again I am coming to the point. What I am trying to say is that, yes, this is the problem. Now, am I not supposed to communicate to this my client? गलत सर्विस लोगे और मुझे कम फीस दोगे, then मी तेवढा वेळ देऊ शकणार नाही, आणि वेळ न दिल्यामुळे तुम्हाला नुकसान होऊ शकतो, नंतर पेनल्टी होऊ शकतो. एक बिल्डर आहे, माझा मित्र आहे. सुरुवातीला मी त्याचे काम करत होतो जेव्हा मी वसईला होतो, जेव्हा माझा प्रॅक्टिस होतो. तर त्यांना माझं फीस जसं जसं माझं फीस वाढत गेलं ते बोलले यू आर नॉट अफोर्डेबल. आय सेड फाईन, go ahead. So they hired somebody else. Now what happened, you know, RERA, his new project registration got cancelled. Why? Because non-compliance. Believe me, they issued a letter to the bank. Bank stopped the OD. The project got stalled for 3 months, and it is a Diwali period. And Diwali period he could not do the booking because he wrote a letter to the sub-registrar. Look at the name that got spoiled in the market. And because of which everybody now telling and saying कि यार आपका प्रोजेक्ट तो कैंसिल हुआ था, आपका प्रोजेक्ट तो सस्पेंड हुआ था. Then they came to me. I charge 5 lakh rupees fees. I'm not here to talk about the fees. I'm trying to say प्रभु साहब कैसा भी करके मुझे ये रजिस्ट्रेशन 2 दिन में चाहिए. Lapse हुआ है. Then I went through everything and I said these are the mistake that has been done even after the compliance done. In the compliance which they give, the estimate cost is different, withdrawal is different, the figures does not match. मतलब कि उधर सीए लोग बैठे भाई, 12 सीए लोगों को उन्होंने हायर किया है. They are not paying 2.5 lakh rupees per month to a CA just like that. A IAS officer knows that I am not expert, so they have hired the chartered accountant. They are verifying each of the certificate, and when you have done all this mistake, and every time they are sending a mail, it does not tally. Your certificate does not tally. It is not mistake. मेरा लड़का श्रेष को बोला आप पूरा देख लो, वेरीफाई करो. उसने सब किया, मुझे रिपोर्ट दिया. These are the variation, these are the problem. I told him, these are the thing. Then he sent his CA with the accountant. I got it set right in 2 days and made a compliance report, gave a report, and then of course small phone call of mine. A WhatsApp message and a small phone call. Sir, संध्याकाळपर्यंत तुम्हाला मिळेल. What I'm saying is, otherwise, even if he had done all this, 3 months he was lingering. But because he could get this, he was so impressed. बोला कि sir, इसके बाद I know you are costly, but I cannot take the risk of my project. So, सर्व तुमचं नजरेखाली गेलं पाहिजे आणि मी तुम्हाला परत नेमतो. अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर हे ते आलं. What I'm trying to say is, again, Sachin, I'm not here to boost my practice. I'm trying to say that every chartered accountant need to understand what I'm delivering should be communicated to the client. Yes or no? Yes. If you agree, give me a round of applause. Now you give me, not for me. Okay. Now the question arises, sir, इनका तो 1250 है, ये तो वही काम कर रहा है. इनका 10,000 रुपया है, वो तो वही काम कर रहा है. ह्यांचं किती आहे? 2,000 आहे. ते पण सेम काम करतात. बरोबर आहे की नाही? आता साहेब बोलले मी तर 725 घेतो ओव्हर आला पर आवर. हे व्हेरिएशन का? कॅन एनीवन टेल मी why this variation? Why this variation? And I want to understand from you, who decides my fees?
Experience.
Okay, so let me just go to the budget little later, but let me just understand from you. I am not going away from my core subject of professional practice in RERA. Just try to understand. I am on the subject. Don't think that I am going out of the subject. Yes or no? Yes. Because if I am not able to understand the number that I need to drive from this law, then 3 years or 3 hours or 3 days seminar has no meaning. Yes or no? Yes. So therefore, let us understand how this RERA should be used for my professional practice. So coming to the figure, why there is a difference? One, Sarika said experience. Okay.
Size of the project.
Sir, आपका कितना साल का एक्सपीरियंस है? 40 साल का. इनका फीस 625 है. आपका कितना साल का एक्सपीरियंस है? 8 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है. 8 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है. इनसे डबल वो ले रहा है 1250. और आपका कितना साल का एक्सपीरियंस है? 10 इयर्स. तो 2000 ले रहा है. बहुत सारे लोगों का अलग एक्सपीरियंस. सर आपका एक्सपीरियंस क्या है? 21 इयर्स. उनका तो फीस और है, तगड़ा है, वो हमने देख लिया. बराबर है. सो डज द एक्सपीरियंस मेक ए डिफरेंस? इज इट द एक्सपीरियंस दैट काउंट्स? यस और नो? Experience do count. Experience do count, but it is one of the factors. Experience do count. What is experience, we'll see. So one is experience. I'm not discounting that, but that is one of the factors to decide about the fees. What is the next?
Size of the project.
Expertise.
Expertise. Okay. Expertise. Okay.
How you convince the client?
Convincing the client.
Marketing power.
Marketing power.
कौन है मार्केटिंग वाला? सर इंस्टीट्यूट अलाउ नहीं करती है, इसलिए मार्केटिंग पावर क्यों में अपना?
Presentation.
इंस्टीट्यूट अलाउ नहीं करती है मार्केटिंग, ऐसा मत बोलना. ओके मार्केटिंग नहीं, मैं लिखता हूँ नो प्रॉब्लम. व्हाट इज मार्केटिंग विल डिस्कस. क्वालिटी ऑफ द सर्विस. अभी क्वालिटी क्या है समझना पड़ेगा. क्वालिटी ऑफ सर्विस. हाँ,
Giving clarification on cost to the non-compliant.
ओके क्लैरिफिकेशन, कन्विंसिंग क्लैरिफिकेशन. ओके
Cost to the non-compliant.
कॉस्ट ऑफ नॉन क्रिएटिंग ए फ्यू धरा नहीं नहीं बताना बता के डर. देखो आपको जैसा समझ आप समझो भाई. The way you want to understand, you understand. I am not here to interpret, but as he said, communicating properly the effect of non-compliance, the risk of non-compliance. So you have to talk about risk of non-compliance. Okay. What else?
Other expertise.
Expertise तो आ गया. Other expertise क्या होता है?
I mean, if I'm a business advisor, other
Okay.
than RERA, I will.
Okay. So that means what he is saying is not only the expertise in RERA, but additional services. Additional services. Okay.
Overheads.
Overheads. Okay. आपको 5-star होटल में जाते हैं तो आपको 500 रुपए में एक चाय मिलता है. And when you go to the Udupi hotel, it is 50 rupees. 10 गुना ज़्यादा है. Why? Because there is a overhead. Okay. Good. Infrastructure आ गया ना यार.
The size of the
चलो
project
infrastructure. Infrastructure. Okay. सचिन infrastructure.
Size of project.
किधर है? कौन है? Okay. Size of the project. Higher the size of the project because I need to spend more time. So size of the project.
Sir, competition.
Competition. Very good. Who is that competition? What is your name?
Shraddha Agrawal.
Shraddha. Okay. I have to remember your name now. Okay. Competition. Okay. Anybody else? देव भाई. सचिन. क्या करे? Interaction नहीं हो रहा है. आप बताओ. Why there is a difference in the fees? Why somebody charges more, somebody charges less? Huh? Values, okay, values. Complexity of the problem. Project, practical.
Losing of client.
Okay.
Fear of losing.
Okay. Monopoly. Okay. Now coming to the yes, madam. Huh? Team size. Okay. Team expertise. Team. Okay. So all these you have said. Time constraint. Yeah. We allow you to leave. Give him a round of applause. He has been with me. Sir, sorry, I have not spoken anything about RERA. He wanted to learn about RERA. Purposely, I did not speak. Okay. Coming to the point, once again, let us come to the point. Let us come to the point that these are the factors that is to be considered. Okay. Based on this factor, fees is being charged. Now, next question. These are the factors. I agree with you. These are the factors. Now, having said that these are the factors that is to be considered for charging the fees for the RERA service that I am giving, I am on RERA. So, I am charging a certificate charge, I am charging for registration, I am charging for audit based on all this. Okay. Who decides the fees? Next question is who decides the fees? Who decides the fees? Okay. आप बोल रहे हो what is your name? Piyush is saying I decide the fees. Yes? He decides. Excellent. आप थोड़ा ज्यादा करेंगे तो क्लाइंट जाएगा, थोड़ा कम करेंगे तो क्लाइंट मिलेगा.
अगर एक क्लाइंट भी गया तो दूसरा तो अच्छा आएगा जो मुझे ज्यादा पे करने वाला है.
बिल्कुल. ओके. यू डिसाइड द फीस. काकड़ साहब कौन ठरवतात फीस? व्हेरी गुड. तर आम्हाला हे गरज आहे, हे समजून घ्या. मला ब्लॅकबोर्ड दुसरा व्हाईट बोर्ड पाहिजे, बिकॉज आपल्याला ते कमी पडतो. तर समजून घेऊ. मी त्याला सांगितलेलं ब्रांचला मला चांगला मार्कर पाहिजे. इथे मार्कर पण थोडस इंक कमी आहे, हरकत नाही, पुढच्या वेळेस जाऊ द्या. हे डिसाइड्स. ओके. सेकंड, म्युच्युअली वी डिसाइड. म्युच्युअली बिटवीन सीए अँड क्लायंट वी म्युच्युअली डिसाइड. ठीक आहे, हरकत नाही. म्युच्युअली वी डिसाइड. व्हॉट एल्स? हू डिसाइड्स अवर फीस? मार्केट. कुठलं मार्केट हो? हे शेअर मार्केट आहे का? काय नाव तुमचं? हा, गुलशन. नाव लिहितो मी. आता तुम्ही नाव लिहिणार म्हणून बोलणार पण नसेल का? असं नको करा. ओके. येस येस, बोला. सो हू डिसाइड्स? You are practicing? What is your name? Ashish. Tell me, who decides?
Might be the time that I consume.
No, no. That factors we have seen. You give the time, your expertise, your infrastructure, all that factors we have already decided based on that. But who decides? अच्छा. काय नाव तुमचं? प्रियांका. ते फर्स्ट 11th स्टँडर्डला इकॉनॉमिक्स तिला आठवण आला आता. हार्टिक्स मधून काढलं त्यांनी. काय नाव तुमचं म्हटलं? प्रियांका. प्रियांकाने काय केलं माहितीये का? 11वीला मी इकॉनॉमिक्स वाचलेला. तिथे म्हटलं गेलं की प्राइस इज डिसाइडेड बाय द डिमांड अँड सप्लाय. आठवण आला तिला. व्हेरी गुड, कंग्रॅच्युलेशन. कमीत कमी हार्टिक्स मधून काहीतरी काढतो आपण बसून.
बीकॉम फर्स्ट इयर सर.
हा,
बीकॉम फर्स्ट इयर सर.
डिमांड अँड सप्लाय. तुझं पण नाव लिहितो मी. हा, प्रियांका. ओके. अजून काय? एनीबडी एल्स?
स्कोप ऑफ सर्व्हिस.
Who is that? Scope of service. That is all factors. That's all factors. Expertise, time devoted, infrastructure. Let us understand the difference. So, I am on the point. Who decides the fees? मेरा client decide करता है या मैं decide करता हूँ या हम लोग mutually decide करते हैं? So nobody said client decides, which is good. But anybody volunteer for that? पीयूष को और कुछ बोलना है?
कोट करता है फीस,
हाँ,
क्लाइंट बार्गेन करता है, लेकिन म्यूचुअली डिसाइड.
ओके. अभी इन्होंने स्टैंड चेंज किया.
नहीं,
यार इतना तो काकड़ साहब का एक्सपीरियंस बहुत है. आप उनको पॉलिटिक्स में क्या होता है? यू चेंज द स्विच द साइड. अभी तक क्या हो रहा, मैं डिसाइड करता हूँ.
If I charge 15,000 per certificate,
हाँ.
I tell client कि I am going to charge 15,000.
Correct.
He is bargaining to 10,000. I'm going to say no, I'm not going to do
Correct.
that. But if he's okay,
With
then
12,000.
No.
हाँ.
Baseline is fine. My standard is set.
हाँ.
My standard is set. But if the factors, as you say, कि factors कैसे काम मतलब डिसाइड करेंगे, फीस ज्यादा रहेगी या कम रहेगी, लेकिन मिनिमम फीस तो इतनी.
तर पियुष काय करतो? आतापर्यंत म्हणत होतो मीच ठरवतो.
स्टँडर्ड
आतापर्यंत तो म्हणत होता मी ठरवतो. आता त्यांनी चेंज बदलला. तो म्हणतो नाही, आम्ही म्युच्युअली करतो. ठीक आहे, हरकत नाही, तुम्ही साईड घेऊ शकता. एक्सपिरियन्स आहेत आपला काकड साहेब, त्यांना नाराजी करू नका. अच्छा, काय नाव तुमचं? प्रकाश. पास्ट चेअरमॅन. ओके. प्रकाश सेज आय डिसाइड बट आय डू कॉम्प्रोमाइज, डिस्कस, डिसाइड अँड फायनलाइज. ठीक आहे, म्युच्युअली वी डिसाइड. फाइन, बिकॉज एवरी फीस समटाइम माय वाइफ सेज डॉक्टर है ना, वो तो अपना फीस नक्की है, और वो तो कंसल्टेशन जब तक हम 1,500 रुपए नहीं देता अंदर जाने नहीं देता. और मैं 50,000 का कोटेशन देता हूँ, उसको फिर नेगोशिएशन होता है, 40,000 में फाइनल होता है, और 40,000 फाइनल. तुम नेगोशिएट क्यों करते हो? व्हाई यू आर नेगोशिएटिंग? इज इट सब्जी मार्केट है? मैं बोलता यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. आई टेल हर you do your administration job and let me deal with my clients, because I am there to deliver, so I know what I am delivering. So let us mutually understand. And I have revised from 50,000 quotation, I get it revised to 40,000, 35,000, XYZ. I agree. So mutually it happens. Anybody else? Who decides now? I decide. Mutually decided. Economics, demand and supply. Priyanka.
Other CA.
श्रद्धा. क्या मार्केट प्लेस किसने बोला? गुलशन किधर है? हाँ बोलते हैं मार्केट प्लेस. अभी कौन सा मार्केट है देखना पड़ेगा. कौन सा मार्केट है भाई?
क्लाइंट 3 जगह जाता है ना कोटेशन.
हाँ? बोलो. Let us understand.
क्लाइंट भी 3 जगह जाएगा, कोटेशन निकालेगा सब जगह से, और अगर उसमें फिर नेगोशिएट उसके बेसिस पे नेगोशिएट म्यूचुअली होता है एक्चुअली. हाँ. म्यूचुअली होता है. मैं भी उससे एग्री करता हूं.
तो फिर मार्केट प्लेस क्या है?
मार्केट मतलब अदर मार्केट में
बाकी सीए डिसाइड. ओके. So that means he says market mutually decision. प्रियंका आप बताओ डिमांड एंड सप्लाई आपने बताया. What is demand? What is supply here?
मेरा बोलने का मतलब ये था कि जो भी उनको काम चाहिए उसकी उनको नेसेसिटी कितनी है, वो प्रोवाइड करने वाले लोग कितने मार्केट में, उस पर डिपेंड करेगा कि किसकी फीस कितनी है, कौन से काम के लिए कौन कितना फीस चार्ज कर रहा है, उस पर डिपेंड करेगा.
Excellent. Give her a round of applause. This is too much confusion. Really, it is too much confusion. Now, at least 30 seconds. Let us give a round of applause. Anything and everything, the value, price is decided by the marketplace. Gulshan, you are 100% right. Now let us analyze which is that market. Where is that market? Where is the demand? Where is the supply? Let us understand that. Please let us understand that. Are you with me?
Yes.
Are you with me? Yes. This is the marketplace. It is simple economics. What she learned in the 11th standard, which she has just said. And throughout the CA, we have studied that only, economics. We have studied in intermediate, we have studied in final, we have studied in BCom. Everywhere we have studied economics, and we are talking about economics, marketplace. It's the market which decides the price of the share. It is the marketplace which decides the price of the commodity. It's the price which is decided on the service charges. Service value is decided by the marketplace. Are you with me?
Yes.
So it's a marketplace. Market only can determine, neither I can determine, nor my client determine, nor mutually it can be decided. It's a marketplace which decides everything. Whether it's the exchange rate, whether it's the interest rate, whether interest rate is also service, who decides? Marketplace. Why? Demand and supply. More the demand of the loan, less the supply of the money. Naturally, I increase the rate of interest so that I am able to earn more, because I am having that, whether it's a commodity. Are you with me? When COVID happened, I don't know the name of the some remedies. People paid 10 lakh rupees. Can you believe? People have paid 10 lakh rupees for remedies, and I must have attended at least 10 to 12 calls. And I myself wanted for my brother-in-law, who of course expired in the COVID, and to get that remedies, irrespective of the cost that I need to pay, but it was not available in the market. So the marketplace decided. Otherwise, that cost was hardly 2,000, 1,500 rupees. I don't know what is that. 1250. Okay? And that was going for 10 lakhs, 12 lakhs, and hoarding other. So it's a marketplace, demand and supply. She's right. Priyanka, you are right. Gulshan, you are 100% right. It's a marketplace which decides. Now let us see. A marketplace is the place where there is a demand, there is a supply. Market is a place where there is a demand and supply. Now let us understand, is there demand for a certificate? Yes. CA certificate. Yes or no?
Yes.
There is a certificate demand. There is a demand for and who will be able to supply this demand? Please. 2,000 chartered, 2 lakh chartered account. If it is Pimpri-Chinchwad, whatever the certificate has to be given by the Pimpri-Chinchwad branch, whatever the numbers that you. Marketplace decides the price, decides the value of whether it's a service, whether it's a product, whether anything, whether sales, interest, anything, everything decided by the marketplace. Now, Priyanka has rightly pointed out, Gulshan gave an idea, marketplace. She also said, demand and supply. Demand and supply were in the marketplace. Now let us look at who are the people. The demand is increasing every day. Please understand. Demand for the certificate is withdrawal certificate is increasing every day. Yes or no? Yes. Because every day the RERA certificate is getting registered. And the CAs which are coming in the practice are getting reduced. It is happening also once in 6 months. And to decide to come in the practice also it takes time. Whereas supply is who? Chartered accountant's time. Are you with me? Yes. So that means supply is limited. Now we have seen that what is that supply that we can give? The supply that I am giving is my time. I am trading on my time. Yes or no? Every professional trades on his time. Yes or no? Give me yes or no? Yes. Yes, I am trading on my time. My time is 8 hours. 8 hours I need for my sleeping, personal things, and 8 hours I need for my social activity, which could be 4 hours for my friends, or for myself, or maybe looking at the TV, this, that, or traveling, XYZ. So if I divide my 24 hours, so I do that. So now what is available with me is only 8 hours, yes or no? Now, if my hours are 8, which is available per day, and in a month, let us say we have got 160 hours, that's the only hours that I can give. That's the only supply that I have. Now, I need to create value and demand for my service. Please understand me. I need to create demand for my service of 160 hours in a month. Are you with me? 8 hours of my day. Who creates the demand for my 8 hours? Please tell me. That demand has to be created by me. The demand has to be created by me. If I don't create that demand for the services that I am giving, the product that I am doing, if today Maruti is doing car, they want to sell the car. They are creating a demand or not? Yes or no? Yes. Colgate, every year, every day, they are producing. Okay, and their advertisement is there, brand value is there, everything is there. But why they are doing marketing? Somebody said marketing. I was very happy. And who said that marketing? Yes, you said marketing. Yes, I need to market. What is that I need to market? Market my service. I need to market. When I say marketing, that means I am creating an awareness of what I am able to deliver. Are you with me? So I am delivering my service. I have got only 8 hours in a day, 160 hours in a month, and that's the only thing which is available with me to deliver trade. And I need to create a place, marketplace, that Mera Ek 160, Harish Salve is able to take 50 lakh rupees per hour or per, that hearing of 1 hour. Why? Because he has created that demand. And if I hire anybody else for his conviction, which happened in the session court, and when he went to High Court, if I hire anybody lesser than Harish Salve, I know I am going to get behind the bar. Are you with me? Yes. And therefore he said, let me go to Harish Salve. Article 370 removed by Government of India, when it is contested in the Supreme Court, the Government of India has come to know and got convinced that if I hire Harish Salve, then only I will be able to get that approved. Are you with me? Yes. Who has created this demand? Who has created that value of Harish Salve? Who has created the value of Amitabh Bachchan? Who has created? Is it he who has created, or it is he has created that demand? Today, everybody wants to get a brand ambassador as Amitabh Bachchan. Why? Because they know if Amitabh Bachchan joins hands with us, his brand value will help me to product. Why Government of India, Gujarat, hired Amitabh Bachchan to market tourism in Gujarat? Because they know if Amitabh Bachchan endorses, his value carries that weight and the authenticity automatically comes. Government of Gujarat has its own value. In spite of being a government of Gujarat who can do the marketing, advertising, but they have taken that brand ambassador and his time is limited. How many hours he can work? Today, Kaun Banega Crorepati I don't know how many crores he must be charging. Anybody becomes crorepati or not crorepati, he has become crorepati, yes or no? And property after the property, the business after the business, he is acquiring. I'm not here to promote somebody's brand. What I'm saying is, everybody should be in a position to position himself. Take a stand. This is the service that I'm giving. This is the service I'm marketing. When my client came for stalled project, Shreyas was sitting, my son was sitting there. I have spent 3 hours. What did I do? I did marketing. I have not convinced him. I did marketing, sir. And by doing, talking is my, what is my service that I'm giving? Talking is my service. यदि मैं बात ही नहीं करूंगा तो मुझे मिलेगा क्या? Are you with me? काम करने वाला सब है, अपॉइंट किया है ना? They will do. My job is to do PR. My job is to do PR. My job is to convince the client that this is what today. Please come. Vinay Tyagaraja is not simply come here. He has come all the way from, traveling across. Yesterday night, 11 o'clock he reached home. 4 o'clock he took the flight. He came here, not for anything else, to create value for himself and to project that value to others. Okay, from all the way from Bangalore he has come. Now, how the value is decided? Yeah, thank you. Give me a round of applause. Because he wants to carry something from this seminar, not from Ramesh Prabhu, from all of you. Because I told him and convinced him, sir, आपको आना पड़ेगा. बोलते क्यों? मैं तो बहुत कर रहा हूँ. बोलते इधर है ना, पिंपरी चिंचवड़ में आप आएंगे और आपका ब्रेन वो खाएंगे. मान लो आपका वैल्यू जो 10,000 ले रहे हैं ना, वो 12,000 हो जाए. अच्छा, फिर तो मुझे आना ही. So that is how he came. I did marketing. I did nothing else. I did marketing to get him here. Are you with me? So I need to convince my client as to what service I can give. Now the question arises, how can I convince? Because somebody said the price is decided based on the value. Who said that? Yes. Give me a round of applause. It's the value. Value of my time. My value of the time is generated by me. Now the question arises, how that value is created? Who creates that value? Who creates that value? I self. I have to create that value. Today, if somebody wants me to attend the seminar, they have to take 3 months in advance appointment of mine. Okay, if they don't take, they will not get me there. That's the value that I have created. Are you getting my point? That's the demand that I have created. If you want me to come here also, the branch said all 3 days you should be there. I said no. Please, maximum I can be there for 1 day. Because tomorrow so many authorities are coming, he requested me, Professor, kaisa bhi karke authority ke samne to aap chahiye. I said okay. I adjusted. Okay. So the question is, again, the value. Who decides the value? Myself. Who creates that value? Myself. Who creates the value of the Maruti car? By various, small 800 car, Maruti, it costs how much? 4 lakh. Same Maruti brand, if it is little enhanced, I don't know the brand name and all, I'm just saying. So the second variation has 8 lakh rupees. Say about 8-seater, 7-seater, XYZ. Why 8 lakhs? Yeah, Maruti to car hai. Maruti का तो है. Value addition क्या हुआ? जो Mercedes है, same car. जो 4 लाख का कार है, वो 75 लाख रुपीस. Mercedes 80 लाख रुपीस. उसमें इकोनॉमी क्लास है तो 30 लाख रुपीस. वही Ferrari है 3 करोड़ रुपए. Why? Can anyone tell me? Because there is a value addition added to each of the vehicle. Are you getting my point, what I'm saying? So the value additions are there. Value additions makes. Now as a chartered accountant, my time is 160 hours in a month, 8 hours in a day, and I have got only 8 hours, as Priyanka said, to trade, and that trading, if I have to demand more, I have to have more value of that time. I can demand more by value creation. value creation of mine. How can I create value of mine? By, no doubt by marketing, convincing, but to do the marketing, convincing, I need to enhance my knowledge. If I don't enhance my knowledge of a particular subject that I am talking about, can I demand more? Will people come to me? Okay, are you getting my point? समझ में आ रहा है क्या? मी काय म्हणतो, माझं पैसे, माझ्या वेळेचे पैसे मला जास्त घ्यायचे असेल, मला सिद्ध करावं लागेल की माझा किंमत जास्त आहे. माझ्याकडे 8च तास आहे हो, माझ्याकडे 8च तास आहे. 8 तासामध्ये मी तुम्हाला काय डिलिव्हरी देऊ शकतो ते तर मला कन्व्हिन्स तर करायचंच आहे. कन्व्हिन्स करायचं असेल त्यांना पण ते पटलं पाहिजे की मी जे बोलतो ते खरं आहे. त्यांना कधी पटणार? मी माझ्यामध्ये व्हॅल्यू एडिशन केलं तर. हाऊ आय डू दी व्हॅल्यू एडिशन? A chartered accountant, for example, for filing a return may be charging 10,000 rupees for a simple salary return. But a income tax consultant who is just done BCom or a tax practitioner, he may be charging 2,000 rupees. What is the difference? What is the difference? The difference is value addition. He has qualified. He has experience. He understands the vision. Are you getting my point? He understands what can happen, how it can happen. Not just filing a return. फिगर लिया, बैंक से टैली किया, रिटर्न भर दिया, तो उनका स्क्रूटिनी आ सकता टैक्स प्रैक्टिशनर. बट उनको मालूम है कि सीए ऐसा करेगा नहीं. So we need to specialize. We need to add value to our, what you call? They are called value to our service, value to our knowledge. The more and more knowledge that we gain in a subject, and that is what we are doing in the next 3 days. The more and more knowledge that I gain in a particular subject, the more and more demand that I am able to create for availing my service of that particular value that I am doing, and then I can demand more. Are you getting my point? Now, question is, how can I increase my value? How can I increase my knowledge? Yeah, simple है, पढ़ाई करो. पढ़ाई करो. पढ़ाई करने के बाद क्या करने का? पढ़ाई करने के बाद लेक्चर दो. मैं जो लेक्चर दे रहा हूँ, आप दो लेक्चर. अच्छा, लेक्चर नहीं दे सकते हो, आप YouTube में 2 मिनट का बीबी को बोलो मोबाइल पकड़ो. आप बहुत ज्यादा बात करें उसको. Don't mean anything else. Don't think. So उनको बोलो सर मदद करो. आप अपना वीडियो बनाओ 2 मिनिट का की रेरा मध्ये असं आहे, रेरा मध्ये तसं आहे. तुम्ही, मी तर रेराच्या बोलतो. रेरा इज इन माय ब्लड. Vinay's blood, रेरा इज देयर. In your blood there may be GST. In your blood there could be income tax. In his blood there can be, something else related to CFO services. In her maybe manpower services. He may be doing a payroll. Another may be doing a security services. Another may be doing accounts. No problem. What I am doing is project it to the world at large that this is what I am doing. And there can be n number of videos. कई लोग बोलते हैं प्रभु साहब आपका इतना वीडियोस है, आपको लगता है कि यार और वीडियो बनना चाहिए, आप और होना चाहिए. यार इतने लोग हैं, उतना वीडियोस है, आप तो रेरा के ऊपर वीडियो बना रहे हो, डिस्कशन के ऊपर डिस्कशन कर रहे हो. व्हाई यू आर डूइंग ऑल दिस? सर मैं पूछता हूँ, यार कॉलगेट को क्या जरूरी है एडवर्टाइजमेंट करने का? उसका तो ब्रांड बिल्ड. मारुति को क्या जरूरी है? उसका तो ब्रांड बिल्ड हो गया. आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? तो ये क्यों कर रहे हो एडवर्टाइजमेंट के ऊपर? एडवर्टाइज रामदेव बाबू सुबह 4 बजे उठ के लग जाता है, लगो रहो. क्यों लग रहा है? He wants to showcase, he wants to market, he wants to create that awareness, and that is how. And the moment you do this, YouTube में या आपका दोस्त वगैरह बोलते यार आपने रेरा के ऊपर YouTube किया, आप अपना WhatsApp में भेजो ना, Facebook में डालो ना, LinkedIn में डाल दो ना, कौन आपको रोकता है? छोटा सा वीडियो आप क्या करते हो, WhatsApp में आता है गुड मॉर्निंग गुड इवनिंग, और वो फ्रेंड्स को तमाशा लगाने का वो वक्त आप अपना प्रोफेशन में ऐड करो ना. And the moment you do this, your own, friends, relatives, they will start communicating to you. अच्छा आपका वीडियो देखा वो 3 मिनट का, बहुत अच्छा था यार. मेरा घर है ना, मैंने लिया था एक बिल्डर के पास, ये रुक गए. Can you help me? You have generated an inquiry. Having generated an inquiry, you don't know anything. I know you don't know anything. You have your professional colleagues brothers and sisters, believe me, I am so, happy to say, or rather, I am so much obliged to the institute, or rather, I am so much gratitude to the institute that we have a tendency of helping each other. A platform is being created, sharing is done. Believe me, I was to have a partnership with my first boss. Okay, for some reason it did not materialize. You know what he did? Ramesh, I know you are not able to do the practice. I have got a place here. I wanted you to join with me, but for some reasons it is not happening. Take my place, which is vacant there. Because if you hire any other place, you will have to pay the rent. And believe me, he gave me 10 clients. यार आपको practice तो चालू करना है client. Believe me, he gave me 3 articles from his firm. लगी नहीं आप करो. He gave me 3 articles under him, registered under him. He gave me his place. He gave me. He did not charge me rent. He gave me 10 clients, very good clients, senior clients. But he said, no, you need to start the practice. You have worked under me. I know the dedication that you are doing, the works that you, and you will not deceive that client. So he gave me. That is the generosity that our profession carries. Yes or no? We never and ever want our article to do lesser than what we are doing. We groom them. We teach them. No doubt, somebody thinks that, यार ये तो क्या है, कम में मिलता है. कम में मिलता है तो टाइम तो देना पड़ता है ना, अपना भी टाइम जाता है. But we have that tradition. That is why I said I am so gratitude to the institute that we have a culture of sharing. And believe me, I have made my point. Whether you want to make that point or not, any chartered accountant comes to me. Believe me, I don't charge. Irrespective of anything they talk, anything they discuss. Sometimes the debate happens in my house that why you are not charging. I said no. There is something which I need to give back to my institute. I need to give back to my profession. I need to give back to my colleagues. So, trend is, if any chartered accountant calls with the problem, we discuss, understand. Maybe not at the time that he wants. I will message him. We'll talk later. You send the document. I will understand. Maybe I will get it studied from my junior and get a report and then talk to him. But all this I do. So this is the way I am saying. So therefore, who is doing what is immaterial. What you want to do is more important. So make a small video. Now what we want you to do, which Vinay will also tell you. What we want you to do in the next 3 days that we are going to spend time. Understand each of the aspects of that. Small articles, maybe 3 lines article, 4 lines article, put it in the WhatsApp. Say, we did 3 days RERA course, I have learned this, and this is a very good subject where somebody is, project is stalled or somebody has got any problem or a compliance. We can always help them, guide them, service them. If anybody wants to come back. So you are sending it to your clients. Or if you want to write one word in the beginning, you want to write, dear friend, thank you for your inquiry which you did, so that I am not communicating to the unknown person. Thank you for your communication. You want to write the name of a person, you write the name of the person, make a small snapshot of that, send it in your groups, send it in the Facebook, send it in your LinkedIn, YouTube. Please, digital marketing, and all this becomes part of part of your creating an awareness about the project or the subject or the service that you are delivering. So therefore, the value addition comes from this study that we do. You have to enhance your knowledge. Today I am expert in RERA. Believe me, tomorrow somebody comes to me saying that file the income tax return, you are a chartered accountant. I say sorry. I don't know. I don't know what is the minimum limit. But I am expert in RERA. You talk about anything RERA in 12 बजे रात को भी मुझे जगाओ. I will tell you which section, where, how, and how it is to be done. But if you talk about income tax, no. So what I cannot do, I just tell there is a junior who is doing. Are you getting my point? Or my colleague is there, they do. So therefore, you have to create value addition for yourself by doing study. Selecting a subject, you cannot be master of everything. Please. If you are a master of everybody, you will be like MBBS, general practitioner. If you want to do a general practice, please continue to do the general practice, but look at one area. Look at one area where you can master. It could be RERA, because today we are on RERA seminar. You are registered. You are spending 3 days. CPA is a part of it. CPA could be one of the byproduct, but the main product is to enhance your knowledge. And enhancing this knowledge, attending to this seminar, getting the sharing experience of the people that who have studied this subject are going to come to you. Authorities are going to come to you. So you put that money, time, you already invested the money. So therefore, I am saying, make use of this. The people who have not attended, they will not get a CP hours. That is what I told him, and he is going to send an email to that effect. Today itself, afternoon, the email will go to all the registered participants. Those who have come, we are doing a, which already he had sent, that there will be 2-time attendance. Even here, CP hours you will get only when you sign the attendance. So right now, before joining the lunch, the attendance sheet will be ready. So it will be taken and post. There will be 2 times. Have you received the mail or not?
Yes.
That CP hours, if you want, you need to attend. And 2 times attendance will be taken. Huh?
It is mentioned in the.
Also, say, अभी तो यार अभी मेल देख रहे नहीं गए तो आ जाएगा अभी हाँ यो सी इंस्टीट्यूट का मेल है सचिन ने भेजा जाने पे अपने को तो दूसरा वो इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच था ना वो देखना था उसमें क्या हो रहा है सॉरी सोया नहीं आप साउथ अफ्रीका मतलब साउथ अफ्रीका आपने देखा सो कमिंग टू द पॉइंट यस वैल्यू एडिशन So please do the study, please project yourself to the market, and you have to go on enhancing the knowledge. The more and more you enhance, the more and more demand that you are creating for your 8 hours. What is the supply I have? Limited supply. What is the supply that I have? Limited supply. What is the demand that I am going to create? Huge. And if my demand is huge, I don't want to boast myself. Sometimes, you know, some MLAs and MPs call me, Prabhu Sahab, आपका appointment मिल नहीं रहा है, इनको appointment दे दो. You won't believe this. But I'm not here to boast. What I'm trying to say is, that is the value addition that I have enhanced in one subject. It is only housing society and RERA, nothing else. I was only in the housing society. Cooperative also is a big subject. 58 types of societies are there. I am concerned only on housing. I was not on anything else. But from housing, because housing is related to the RERA, for society formation is related to RERA. As the RERA was getting evolved, and because conveyance was not happening, regulatory authority was required. Because I got involved, and that is how the value addition has come, and that is how the RERA has come. So therefore, now the statute has created that it is the only 2 lakh chartered accountant in India, or people in chartered accountant who are limited in supply can give this certificate. I will give a homework now. मतलब lunch work. हाँ तो वो important है. Okay. So it is only limited supply. And if you take myself, Priyanka takes herself, or I take myself, I have got only 160 hours to deliver. And in 160 hours, the demand I have to create by marketing myself, creating an awareness of myself, creating what I can deliver, what is that value addition that I can give, because that is how the markets, नया गाड़ी आया है, उसमें ये एक्सेलरी है, वो एक्सेलरी है, ये है, वो है. Are you getting my point? मर्सिडीज बोलता है कि ये है, वो है, ब्रांड वैल्यू कर रहा है. ब्रांड वैल्यू मतलब वैल्यू एडिशन. आपने बोला कि 5 स्टार होटल में मैं चाय पीता हूँ तो 5000 रुपये लगेगा या 500 लगेगा. आपने बोला या 500 रुपये लगेगा. वही उडुपी होटल में 50 रुपये लगेगा. Why? There he has done a value addition. What is the value addition? Ambience. Okay. Now, you know one more thing. Mr. Hillary wanted to climb the Mount Everest. Have you heard about it? Mr. Hillary wanted to climb the Mount Everest. Now, he went 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. He did not succeed. Then you know what he made? He looked at the Mount Everest, he said, listen, you cannot grow. Your growth is limited and static. Whereas the God has given me a capacity where I can increase my ability. I will practice and practice and practice. I will enhance my skill so much that one day I will conquer you. Are you getting my point what I am saying? Just YouTube it, you will see. So Mount Everest, that Hillary has climbed, challenging that you have a limited growth, but my growth is unlimited. You cannot challenge me and I will conquer you. And that is the stand that you and I need to take. I will conquer. I will do. I am the person. This stand, unless until you take in your life, I don't think. I'm not here to say that spend more than 8 hours. Please don't think that. Within the 8 hours that you are spending, the time that you are giving CP hours, the time that you are devoting, look at the subject interest you are, go to that seminar, enhance your knowledge, deliver, share, care, discuss, understand, and then only you will enhance your value. You will be able to create more demand for your 8 hours that you have limited, and the demand that you create more, the supply you will get. Now, we both, please, I want you to stand, and Sachin, please come. Sachin is here. Yeah, you please come. See, we have taken a oath, and I will also request Naveen, please come. Naveen Hegde. Now, we both took a oath. What is the oath? That we have put lot of efforts. We have put lot of efforts in getting the RERA law and getting the RERA law implemented, making the importance of a chartered accountant. It should not be a law where GST also considered the chartered accountant to have a place. But we miserably failed, and therefore we lost that opportunity of what it is. And should we, the effort that we have put, which we only know, to the extent of going to Azad Maidan, Ram Leela Maidan, meeting Rahul Gandhi, you won't believe. Meeting Rahul Gandhi, meeting Congress people, meeting BJP people, meeting various opposition leaders, doing agitation, fight for RERA, and having brought this law, if and an opportunity has been given to the chartered accountant, we need to take that onus. So what we did, we could convince the Institute of Chartered Accountant to have a leadership program. We could convince our institute to have a leadership program at Hyderabad, Center of Excellence, with 10,000 rupees, 4 days leadership program. Each value that we have got, minimum 50,000 in kind we have received. Forget about the knowledge that we got, kind. We have 4 days stay, morning 9 to evening 11 o'clock, seminar. 15 authorities across India we call, coming, going, their stay. I try to understand. One faculty we are getting from Nagpur to here, we are spending 30,000 rupees only on flight. And another 10,000 we are spending for 2 days stay. 40,000 we are spending only on one faculty. There we got 15 authorities. And all agreed on the last minute. We got that authority. And everybody got the RERA book. We studied, we discussed, and believe me, we studied up to 2 a.m. Because every leaders, and it was only on invitation. One who is expert, the institute, Mangesh Kinare will explain you in the post lunch. What did he say, Mangesh Kinare and Abhay? Sir, you are telling us a concept of RERA leadership program. And what is the concept? Concept is, we will enroll experts, 60 experts. We will make a group of 60 experts, 6 people. And 1 month they will do the study. We will give a research paper. They will prepare. बोलते कि एक्सपर्ट को टाइम ही नहीं है. हम एक फैकल्टी को लाना है तो हमको इतना सिरदर्द होता है. और आप बोलते 60 एक्सपर्ट्स अक्रॉस इंडिया का आप लेके आओगे. प्लस सर मुझे छोड़ो. 6 महीना लगा मुझे कन्विंस करने के लिए इंस्टीट्यूट को, इनको. फिर उन्होंने बोला ठीक है, आप बोलते हो ना चैलेंज है, नहीं होगा. हमने बोला हम चैलेंज लेते हैं. Because I know what we have convinced. We said, do one thing, just give us one small link for registration. I'll get you 50 registration in 2 days. I said 50 registration in 2 days. Believe me, in 2 days we got 40 registration. Once we got 40 registration for 10,000, venue was fixed after 6 months. In 2 days when 40 registration came, thereafter they got convinced. Now you start marketing, convincing people. Believe me, 15 to 20 registration we have to cancel. We said no. Why? Because they were fresh. We said it is not for the newer. It's only for the old people who are expert 2 years, 3 years, who have written a book, who have written an article, who have got a YouTube. So Sachin was not aware. And by fluke he got the admission. He is from Pune. How he got admission he will tell you. But by fluke he got admission because 2-3 people, because of medical reason, 60 they cancelled. So they said it is cancelled. Now we are keeping it open for even fresh. 2-3 log to aap adjust karo. Who can deny institute? So that is how he got in the last minute. When you got the enrollment, 27th October was the date of program.
I got around 10 days.
10 days, 15 days back. He was not aware what is going on. उस दिन सेमिनार में आया, प्रभु साहब मेरे को बताओ, प्रभु सर आप बताओ ये ग्रुप क्या है, आपका टीम क्या है? ये I salute him. I salute him because in 3 days, because 4th day was his presentation before the authority. 15 authorities are sitting. Before them, he has to give a presentation of a subject, and that too, what is the recommendation that we are giving? 3 days, he did such a wonderful study, understood what all team have made a presentation. He is lucky that he said, "Sir, मुझे last date दो." वो मैंने agree किया. वो बोला कि मैं तो नया हूँ, मुझे 3 दिन तो दो, मैं समझ लूँगा कि आप मुझे last group में डालो. I put him in last group. 3 days he did a study, and believe me, one of the best presentation he did in RERA leadership program. Give me a round of applause. He did a wonderful job. Now Naveen, I never have ever told him. He is the chairman of a committee in the Karnataka State Chartered Accountants Association. The way we have BSc, Bombay Chartered Accountants Association. Bombay means it is actually earlier Bombay State. It's a Maharashtra State Chartered Accountants Association where we have got across Maharashtra members. So they got a state chartered accountant where there is an economic law committee, and economic law committees he is the chairman. So when we convinced him, they were also not getting full hope, but they said, Mr. Prabhu, if you are saying we have done that, let us try in the no CP hours. No CP hours. Believe me, in how many days you close the registration?
8 days.
In 8 days they closed the registration. They wanted 50 participants, they got more than 58 participants because the resort they selected was less, and for 2 days they did not get, because 1 day stay. So people, they said more than 7,000 we cannot charge. Institute gave us 4 days with lunch, breakfast, this, that, everything. With a book costing 2,000 rupees they have given. So you can imagine. And the type of, the economics that we worked out, Payesh and myself, like 50, even we worked out, यार जो costing है institute को per person 50,000 हुआ है, तो 40,000 उन्होंने subsidize किया. But they subsidized because they thought these are the leaders who can make a difference in the life of the people, and they will bring value to this. Believe me, when the program was designing, the institute who said this program is going to become a flop, the president of the institute, Aniket Talati, came and inaugurated. Of course, he was pressed with the time, and he came online. Vice President came 1 day in advance. 1 day in advance, Vice President came to the Hyderabad. Okay, Ranjit Agarwal stayed with us. Next day, inauguration, 4 o'clock. So inauguration, it was 2 o'clock, sorry, 2 o'clock. He was with us for lunch, and then 2 o'clock inauguration, till evening he was there. So 2 days he spent. The committee chairman, that is Abhay Charjit, and vice chairman, Mangesh Kinare, who never, even today's program is under their committee. Normally, they are not able to make it happen, but they came 2 days, they were with us. They were taking every survey, and everybody was having a laptop connection. There was a video connection. Ajay Mehta, who could not make it happen, because in Maharashtra, Maharera, we have launched the book, and I said he is the chairman of All India RERA Forum is there. All India Forum for RERA. He is the chairman of that. He should come. If all authorities are there, if he is not there, it is not. Abhay Charjit, Mangesh Kinare, myself spoke to Ajay Mehta, he came online. Almost all authorities, almost all the states, they came. We discussed, debated, and this book is not the book of Ramesh Prabhu and Vinay Tyagarajan. This is not the book of Ramesh Prabhu and Vinay Tyagarajan. It's a book of those 63 leaders who were there in the 4 days program. We discussed each and every chapter. 81 chapters are there of RERA, and that is specially connecting to the MHARERA. It is talking about IBC, it is talking about GST, it is talking about income tax, it is talking about consumer code, it is talking about FEMA, it is talking about the other Stamp Act, Registration Act. It is 360-degree book. Okay, even the taxman was saying such a book, big book, we will not be able to publish. Even WRC chairman at that time, first edition when it came 2001, even today, they said such a big book, how can Institute publish? We are publishing a small book. So we did discuss with taxman. Taxman took the responsibility of printing, circulation, everything. Then the Institute agreed, yes, we can do. So what I'm trying to say is, this book, in the first edition, can you believe 10,000 copies were sold? 10,000 copies were sold, and in 2 years, they were not ready to reprint because the edition of 2001, 2021. So 2022, in 2022 itself, by within 6 months, 10,000 copies are sold. So many new circulars came. I said, don't do reprinting now. The demand was happening so much. Okay, people are saying, give me a shop copy. So every promoter wanted to have, because this is a complete manual on MHARERA. So I tell you, and Institute was kind enough. They said, whatever the surplus that we are generating from this program, because even the central committee is giving some sponsorship, they did the economics, and 3,500 rupees book, they are making it available to you as a study note by paying only 1,500. And others of Pimpri branch, only Pimpri branch, who are the members of only Pimpri branch, they are able to give 3,500 book at 2,000, which means 1,500 rupees they are subsidizing. They are paying for it. Maybe 10%, 20% discount has been given by taxmen, but remaining 20%, 30% is the subsidy which is given by your branch. So I recommend it.
And members are getting, the participants are getting it for 1,500.
Participants are, sir, आपको बोलना चाहिए. Participants are, so give him a round of applause. This is the leadership, this is the way he wants our members to. And I said, sir, आपको WRC में contest करना है क्या? जब इन्होंने बोला कि मैं 1,500 में दूंगा, मैं पूछे कुछ करना है क्या, बोलो, मैं और अलग से marketing करूँगा आपका. बोला नहीं, मैं उसके लिए नहीं. I know the type of efforts that has gone. And he came to 37th, regional conference there, and he was a part of the book release. The book was released in the hands of Aniket Talati. The president released in front of around 3,000 CS, and 5,000 students were there. What did he say? There was no much time. Ramesh, he said, the leadership program that you have done is a unique to the institute. And the book that you have brought, I compliment. I really salute you. And in his lecture also said, he took John Kennedy's reference in his lecture. If it is recorded, you can see. He said, it is not the,
What you do.
John Kennedy as a president, he said, it is not the what country can do for you. It is the citizen who can do for the country. So he said, as an institute member, you are a part of the institute. I may be a president there. I may be here. But you as a member of the institute are got a power. You think what you can do for the profession, what you can do to the institute, and that will give you a value addition. We did this. My wife sometimes says, कि ये book लिखने से आपको क्या मिला? A value addition. मुझे क्या मिला? मुझे giving back to the society. कई एक सेमिनार में गया था स्टडी सर्कल में. ऐसे मैं बुक पकड़ के, मेरा एक बुक था सेल्फ डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर लिखा था. बहुत मेहनत किया. तो मैं किताब बेच रहा था, मतलब I was just promoting this. You know how the CS sometimes with lot of reservation, not everybody. So he raised the point. प्रभु साहब, आप इतना मार्केटिंग कर रहे हो, मैंने आपका बहुत कुछ सुना था. आपने बहुत धंधा भी किया है. मतलब क्या धंधा किया? आप फाइनेंस कंपनी चला रहे हो, आप ये कर रहे हो, स्टैम्प ड्यूटी का कर रहे हो, ये कर रहे हो, एसोसिएशन चला रहे हो, सब कुछ कर रहे हो. आपने कब इन फ्रंट ऑफ एवरीबॉडी ही सेड, आप कब ने बुक बेचने का धंधा चालू किया? Look at the way he said, आपने किताब बेचने का धंधा कब से शुरू किया? I said, sir, thank you very much. I asked everybody to clap him the way he has promoted and said, I said, ये आपका सोच है भाई, आपका सोच है. मैं इधर किताब बेचने को नहीं आया. मेरा 30 साल का अनुभव एक किताब में डाला हूँ. आपको लेना है तो आप ले. मैं इधर प्रिंटिंग का कॉस्ट भी नहीं ले रहा हूँ. मैं चाहता हूँ मेरा अनुभव जो सरस्वती मेरे पास आई है, जिसका पूजा हमने किया, वो पूजा का मैं सम्मान कर रहा हूँ. जो भगवान ने मुझे आज बनाया, उसका मैं कदर कर रहा हूँ. आपका सोच आपके पास रखो और आप मेरा किताब मत लो. मैंने इतना उनको इंसल्ट किया, इंसल्ट करने का ये भावना नहीं था. मैंने बोला मेरे को इंसल्ट करने का भावना नहीं था, लेकिन मुझे वो तरस रहा है. बिकॉज द एफर्ट दैट वी हैव पुट, the thing that we want to take it to you, you don't realize, but you have no right to put water on that and make a sarcastic remark and underestimate what I am talking. If you have that knowledge, keep it to your understanding. That is the level in which you are going, and that is not the level in which I am. I am not here to come to sell the book. You take one book, you want soft copy, I will give you the soft copy. Get it circulated. Take the printout of this book. That Xerox itself, 3,500 pages, Xerox itself will cost you more than 1,500 that we are talking. So you are talking about selling the book? नहीं. आपको चाहिए soft copy ले. Not a single book of mine has a copyright. I circulate to the people. Anybody says I want a soft copy, I give. But this book I will not be able to give because it is an institute product. It is a taxman's product. But the book that is authored by me, 40 books, many people say हमको soft copy भेज दो. I don't charge. I send them. Because my knowledge has gone there, my experience has gone there. If that can make a difference in the life of my professional colleagues, yes, it can make a difference in the life of a, housing society committee members. Yes, it should, and that is the reason for writing. So what I am saying is, Naveen he did registration for 2 days program. He arranged it, entire program, took everything, and he said, sir, हमने 3 दिन का program देखा, उसमें आप है. और मैं इधर काम कर रहा. I was doing what? Arranging. I could not concentrate. He came all the way from Bangalore to attend this program. Look at the seriousness in which he is come. Are you getting? So that is the. Now he said it will be my one more area of practice. Which village you are coming from? Which place you are practicing? Bangalore only? Bangalore only. So from there all the way from Bangalore, spending money, having a separate stay. How many outstation people are here? Just raise the hand. See, these are the out of station. Okay. Many people are putting in the group. हमको nearby hotel बना. These people outstation have not come for CP hours. They have not come for CP hours. They have come for, they know what value they will be carrying. These 3 days, 3 hours, 3 days, whatever the Sachin who has added this program, I think I give you a round of applause to everybody. So once again, I recommend, not compulsory, that you avail this subsidy. And I am saying, if you cannot practice it, have that additional value, which may help your friend, relatives, if you are buying any clientele, all that.
We will talk about interplay.
Yeah.
There is nothing called no value addition.
No, I am just saying, so somebody can be coming to a particular level that कुछ भी नहीं. I am saying emotionally because some people think यार ये तो पॉप टॉप दे रहा है, तो आपको नहीं लगता है, फिर भी थोड़ा सा 3 दिन दिया है, उसका थोड़ा वैल्यूएशन करो. इंटरप्ले का. Okay, thank you very much. 1:30 का था program. You have sacrificed the team. Thank you very much. That is the respect you have given to me. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of PCMC branch of WRC of ICI, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to CA Ramesh Prabhu sir, who shared his expertise and experience with us. It was incredibly enlightening and insightful session, sir. Your wealth of expertise and experience has provided us inspiration to work ahead in this field of RERA. We are immensely grateful to you, sir, for sharing your time and passion amidst your busy schedule. And now that sir has shared with us his time cost, we can just imagine how much we have gained today. So we at Pimpri Chinchwad branch always are eager to give you the best of everything and best of all topics, and as a result today we have with us the master of RERA, CA Ramesh Prabhu sir. So thank you very much sir, thank you for being with us, and please give him a round of applause. And we also are thankful for Anand Gupta sir. He left soon, but we are also thankful to him. And we'll disperse for half an hour, and within half an hour we'll get back and
will come back for
yes, we are second section.
Overview of RERA has not been touched. Only professional approach has started, so we will take overview of RERA. How RERA is going to make a difference in the life of each one of you.
Child environment. So we'll continue the discussion. You have done the lunch work? Lunch work, what was the lunch work? Homework matlab they would have been gone to home, sir. That's why he said lunch work. What was the lunch work? Ramesh sir, you should only come to make their... Taking professional services of RERA. Money matlab it is not about money. Money is the outcome of them providing the service. So just I wanted to know how many of you made a note of it. Rice, not half, full rice. Rice, you had food, right? Good. Don't worry, I will not ask you royalty for it. Okay? So, is whatever you earn, whatever you render the service is completely to you. To the Pune, to the Pimpri Chinchwad. I have to practice. Okay? Okay? So, what Ramesh are trying to tell is there is a huge opportunity. Many of us doing our GST, income tax, audit. How many of you to become an income tax, like you have to surpass the masters of the professions. Like Sari said, 40 years. Obviously, I cannot wait for 40 years. My age itself is 42 years. Okay, I just can't become a master of the income tax by pushing everybody in the back. At least pick up the new legislation, new act, or new services which is available for the youngsters or even the earlier professional people also, and make a practice of it. And as Ramesh sir told, like he is there at least for the past 25 years, sir, for the Mahaseva or the societies. 33 years since his inception of practice itself is part of the societies and real estate. At least I started about 7-8 years back. Sir is there since inception. And it is possible. Having said, opportunities are huge and numbers are given to you. It is up to you how much you want to grab out of it. A small example before I start actual presentation of the overview of the RERA. Like somebody take a tanker to a river, how much water they can bring? How much water they can bring if you carry a tanker? Tanker full of water, clear? Right? If somebody carry a bowl of water, how much they can bring? Bowl full of water, right? Somebody wanted to put a pipeline to it, right? It's a continuous flow. But we chartered accountant always like to carry only a ink pillar. Right? Carrying a ink pillar, you cannot have a continuous water flow. So think about it. That is the opportunity. Whatever we have it. Sorry, I have shown the numbers. It's up to us. Whether you start 25,000, 10,000 or 15,000, start practicing it. Start practicing it. So that is all about this program, about three days of RERA. And next question before I start the presentation. How many of you heard about RERA before attending this session? Raise, at least raise this. How many have heard about there is something called RERA? Fairly most of you have heard, right? How many have issued the CA certificates or something under RERA? Right? Majority, good. So that means to say already you have started connecting the pipeline. But how much? You have a valve in between, right? You have to open the full valve to flow it the continuous. So that is what is important. And how many sections we have in RERA? Sir, you don't tell, sir. 92. 92, right? How many pages the act contains for 92 section? 40 pages. 40 pages, how much time it require for a chartered accountant to read? 3 hours. Oh, sir, you are so Sir says 1 hour. In a WhatsApp, it is 10 minutes. Right? Start and end. And it is, that's it, 1 to 92 section. Understanding, okay, fine, good, sir. Okay. And out of which, section 1 to 19 is the important section. Section 1 to 19 is the important sections, right? That is about only 8 to 10 pages. That's all is about RERA Act. But these 8 to 10 pages or 92 section is regulating which industry? Entire real estate industry. Correct? How big is the real estate industry? If you take the GDP or in terms of the status of the comparing to all other industry, 8%. 30%. See how is the statistics? 8% is only real estate, and including infra it is 13%. 8%. What is the ranking of it then? Second. Then what is first then? Agriculture. So after agriculture, which is the largest industry? Tell na confidently. I already told the answer. Now you have to repeat it. Otherwise you'll go for a sleep because it's a post-lunch session. I want every participation. I'll come to the last because first thing I observed is last row is answered first. Same thing from the school days we are doing the same thing. But otherwise last bench people, you know that why they sit in the last? Anybody has an answer? Sir, you say, sir. Why you sit in the last? Oh, availability of place. Okay, good then. Sir, it is a habit, sir, for somebody. Right? For somebody, I want to see everybody in the classroom. The more the higher you go, the more the visibility.
Sir, he is at last because he came first.
Okay.
They are the labels.
Okay. So, last bench, always they have a more vision. Okay. First bench, they have a limited vision. First bench people always be a first ranker in the classrooms. Correct? And they all become a very good employees of the organization. Right? Second bench. What is the second bench people will become? They are the managers or senior supervisors, right? Third bench, business owners, right? Fourth bench, politicians, very good. Last bench, huh? Okay. Huh? See, that is the answer. So, they have become Babas. Okay. So, who controls whom? You tell me that. Whether the politicians are the first bench, second bench, third bench, or the fifth, or the last bench. Right? That is the power of it. So, last bench, don't underestimate people sit at the last bench. Okay, they are the control of all the front benches. So, why I said this? For everybody, this is important. And as I mentioned, it is the second largest in the industry, contributes highest taxes in India. Will you agree? What type of taxes?
Stamp duty.
Tell me what type of levy of this government go through?
Stamp duty.
Stamp duty,
Income tax.
GST, income tax,
Approval charges.
approval charges, custom duty if you import it, then what else? Cess, local levies, corporation levies, property taxes, right? So if you see that every 100 rupees which a customer pays, a survey says 38 rupees goes to government, central or the state government. So who is the largest beneficiary, highest beneficiaries of this industry? Government, right? We always think it's the builders are making lobby of it. Never. It's always the government making money out of it. Government and government officials are experience से बात कर रहे हैं. So it's before the camera we are talking. Okay, I don't want to be a party to it. Okay, only thing is what officially I know I can talk about it. So 38% of the revenue of the industry goes to this. And having said, 70 years it took to bring a regulator What do you mean by regulator? Somebody should control. Whom to control? The industry, its sector should be controlled. For CA we have a regulator. Who? For 4 lakh people, they brought a regulator in the year 1949. Sorry, remembered. Okay. 1949, before we didn't born that time, right? So that point of time, maybe how many CS would be there? 100 or 200, right? For 200 we had a regulators. They're not CS, okay, fine. So after the act there is a CA has come into picture. Correct? Some tax practitioners, some auditors, right? They claimed as themselves as a CA. We don't want to write exam again, so they become deemed CAs. The act has come, okay? Obviously, if I write exam again, I will not pass. How many are with me? So that's what is so. Okay. So let's retain our certificate of practice carefully. Okay. And what will happen if you don't write the CP hours? What will you get? You have an opportunity to write once more CA exam. So new CP rules are unknown. They know, sir? Exposure draft, you have a option to give a reply to it. Consciously give it yes, or even 80 hours is lesser, you double it, triple it. Okay, so that we learn more. So come back. The real estate is the second largest, contribute the highest taxes to the government. Government is the highest beneficiary, and 70 years there were no regulators to it. Tell me some of the regulators in the industry, other industries. SEBI for a investment, IRDA for insurance, RBI for banks, MCA for companies. Then, so every industry had it. Why did not this industry had? It's a state subject. Perfect. Land is a state subject. Correct? So central doesn't have a jurisdiction to bring any laws relating to the Land Act. Then how did this act has come? This act is a central act, correct? It's a central act, like a GST, like a sales tax. State is only a state jurisdiction to levy a sales tax. But how come GST has come? How? Government has convinced your revenue would be given to you only. They merged the central laws and the state laws, brought as a GST, correct? So state also continue to retain their revenue and the central gets its own revenue. So what is that the combination? What happened? That central government has convinced the state government with the implementation of the new statute or new law, you will not lose anything. If you show a benefit to somebody, obviously you can bring them on board. Similarly, state government started discussing on the real estate law since 2009. So 2000 journey, 9 is a journey started. It has not come all of a sudden in 2016 and they implemented from 2017. The journey started in 2009 and they deliberated and they brought all the stakeholders of all the states stating that even though it's a state subject, we should have a uniform law related to the real estate, which being the regulator. Hence, they have brought a central act called what? What is the act? Name of the act? Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2000. 10 people told 10 words. We had 8 words only there. Can somebody say fully now? Act. Perfect. So there are 2 words are important. What is this? Regulation and so it's there on the board. Very smart, sir. Pimpri Chinchwada members. Oh, good. Okay. So 2016 they brought it. It has a 2 words called regulation and the development. So government did not look at only the regulation. they also thought of this industry should develop it. Why industry should develop? Who is the main beneficiary? Government. So remember that. And in spite of 70 years of that, in spite of 70,
Naveen, you can come. Yeah, we have 2 days leader in residential program Bangalore, Naveen Hegde. So he will be helping Vinay Tyagaraja in giving a presentation, and that is how we want to create a leader. In RERA, when we did in Hyderabad, we wanted everybody to participate, the one who is experienced. So our take or the stand that we have taken, oath that we have taken, all 63 people, that we want to create more and more leaders. And in RERA, so the more and more leaders that we create a knowledge bank, and then we of course will rise up, and others people also get an opportunity, and then we are able to tell the industry, now there is an experienced people. Now you will have to go to the experienced people only. The moment so then they will start searching, and that is how we are involving the authorities also. If you see this book, around 15 to 16 authorities have watched this book. They have gone through the book. They have given the recommendation of this book. And going forward, we are meeting each and every state authorities to have a book jointly with the institute. So these are all going forward. So Mr. Vinay, of course, along with Vinay Tyagaraja, Naveen, Hegde from all the way from Bangalore is going to talk about overview of RERA. So to start with, just 1 minute I'll take. To start with, how the law evolved. If you look at the law evolved, it has evolved through the general law. Contract Act is a general law. Look at the Transfer of Property Act.
substantial.
It is a substantial law, that means little more specialized. Dealing only with movable and immovable property. Are you with me?
Yes.
Going forward, just to facilitate movable and immovable, there is a Registration Act, Stamp Act. Then Cooperative Societies Act in the year 1960. Or Karnataka, it is Karnataka Cooperative Society Act. 1912 it came to bring the people together to own a common resources to be shared by people. It's a collective ownership. So that is how the Cooperative Act has come. Then when the builders started, exposing to the clients, customers, that you come and do, we'll give you the apartment, but once it is done, we'll do the society and we'll give the conveyance to the society. That's a collective body. You don't have to form a society first, buy a land, construct the building, don't take all this pain. We are there as a specialist. That means a contractor grabbed an opportunity. What I'm trying to say is, a contractor, the Builders Association is a contractor. They were all road contractors, building contractors, labor contractors. Okay, they grabbed this opportunity. Housing society बना के हमको contract देते. Why not I grab the land, pay 10%, take an MOU, and then start selling individual flat to the people, and then I promise them that I will do your society later on till such time he is able to make money out of it. That means he has searched a new opportunity for himself, for that community. And that is where each chartered accountant need to look at this opportunity which has been enabled by the Act of Parliament to have further. And that is what we have taken onus. 63 people have taken the onus, and we want to percolate it. So around 58 people in Bangalore they have taken the oath. Going forward, we want Pimpri-Chinchwad at least 100 people to take that oath with us, and we are creating that opinion and creating that cult, or rather a group of professionals who will oath that no, this is an industry where we have to make a difference. So going forward, Sachin has agreed that we will have some residential course also. How many of you do you like to join the residential course of 4 days? Okay, madam, hai, both hai. So you have, so a subsidized, the way he has subsidized the book, he is ready to subsidize the residential program. So once he comes, you ask him. So coming to this, a specialization. So therefore, to control that, Maharashtra Ownership Flat Act, Karnataka Ownership Flat Act has come in. Are you with me? So now,
under construction regulation has come. Now how it has come? General law, property law, then Transfer of Property Act, Indian Stamp Act, Registration Act, then to under construction property, Maharashtra Ownership Land Act. Are you with me? Then Maharashtra Ownership Land Act was not sufficient to take care of consumers' interest. So Consumer Protection Act came in. Now Consumer Protection Act gave small relief. Whenever there is a complaint, that is called redressing the complaint. Curative. Which problem hai? Curative. How? There was nothing called prevention. Maharashtra Ownership Land Act or Karnataka Ownership Land Act said, gave the lines, what should be done, wish list. जैसा बोलते हैं ना, आपको ये करना चाहिए, वो कोड ऑफ एथिक्स है. कितने लोग करते नहीं करते, कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट है. How many people are doing it not is a different thing, but there is a code. But if you don't do it, there is an institute who will take care. There is a disciplinary committee. But here there was nothing like that.
No regulation.
Code of conduct was there, but how will take care, nobody knows. Regulatory was not there. So therefore, Consumer Protection Act came for curative. But combination of this and to have a specialized, after 70 years of existence after independence, government realized because of the think tank that people gave, we need a regulation, we need promotion, and that is how to regulate the under construction property, plotted development, building, a special law has come. Same way, in our practice, we may start with the general practice. As when you are able to sustain and your day-to-day affairs is happening, then you have to pick up one subject. The way Swami Vivekananda says, pick up an idea, sleep on that, eat on that, think on that, do whatever you need to do to achieve that correct idea and it happens. So RERA is a specialized law. Same way in your practice you need to do the specialization, but it will come over a period of time. Okay? With this, how the law has evolved, same way every person need to evolve themselves in their area of practice, in their life, and in everything that they do. And that is how you will get success. Success does not come just like that. Okay. Now Naveen will take it forward. Sorry for intervening.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for setting the stage. And Naveen is with me and he will continue. And also one of the important, the last line talks about Real Estate Regulation and Development Act. Sir said there was a MOFA or a COFA, which is a Ownership Flat Act of the respective states. Central government felt it that there should be a uniform act, the way that GST or a IBC state, even every state has a different act. It becomes difficult because now the globe is a market for everybody. If somebody comes from Maharashtra, you should be able to understand the practice of Karnataka. Somebody from Karnataka goes to Himachal Pradesh, West Bengal. There should be some sort of common understanding and also a regulation for this industry. Also one of the objective, if you see this act has come into the force. Having said, why this act has come? Even though we know that there was a COFA or a MOFA or which is more of a curative. Get a disease, then I'll cure it. Okay? But this is more of a preventive act itself. Why this has come? What does it come to your mind when you call about a developer? Come. Unorganized sector. Then second largest, still it's unorganized, right? Then
lack of transparency.
Lack of transparency. Then what it comes to your mind when you see a builder? Unauthorized building. Don't say 1 kg of gold walking, sir. Right? Say what it comes to your mind when you say about the real estate. Black money. Say loudly, sir. There's an unaccounted or untaxed paid money. Then siphoning of money. Then litigation of what?
Litigation of land.
So litigation on the land which increases the
value and the construction done on the land itself.
Okay, which increases the litigation. There is a burden on the judiciary. The 72% of the court cases are related to the property matters in India. So that increases the judiciary. Right, burden. Then, sir.
Incomplete projects and customer not satisfied.
Exactly. There is a undelivered promises, right? The promises are undelivered. Then Illegal construction, then customer protection, then
Builder going bankrupt.
builder going bankrupt. Okay? None of you said, sir, is building the houses, is delivering the houses for us. They say there is no good about him. Huh? We are all living in a house, they built it. Clear? So that's a good part of it also. So what I am trying to tell is, it's a government responsibility to develop, build, deliver houses, education and medical and what else? Food. But government slowly privatized this and started picking what? Liquor sales. We have liquor controlled by Maharashtra, right?
Yeah.
Government. Mining controlling. Leaving the basic of this, government started controlling something which is unwanted, which is not a basic necessity. So which makes the privatization take up this and making a big aspect of it. I am sure that land prices will never come down. Have you seen any prices have come down?
No.
Do you remember your father says, I should have purchased that land for 1 lakh rupees when I was a student. Now it is a 100 crore property. In front of my eyes they have grown. Have you remember that? Your children also will say the same thing tomorrow. Better invest now.
Okay. We also will say that.
Yes sir, we of course our children will say the same thing. When we say that is 100 crore property, today is 1000 crore property. Your son will say that, why did you not invest that time? Right? So this is an industry, this is an asset which is a real asset which always grow and exponentially grow. And there is no risk of downfall itself. Always it grows. So that's a very advantage of this. And mean to say that this is eternal. The industry is eternal. Your grandfather wanted a house, your father wanted it, we want it, our children also want. But the thing is, we don't want a house my grandfather built. We want a new house, right? That means to say it continue to be there, this industry. And there is a new things will come into the industry. There are various schemes that can be built by the builders or the promoters, or for that we are the responsible. We only give the ideas to them. Clear? Correct? Agree? Yes. He will come and vet it with us. Sir, whether can I do it? We'll say there is a risk. Fine, sir. Risk is there. Also return is there for me. I will go back and do it. When there is a risk, I will come to you. Return, I will retain myself. So that is how this industry works, and which are successful also. And with this background of like 1972, how many years the Contract Act? How many years? 2023 minus 1872, 151 years. 151 years act still is a perfect act. Correct? There is a contract, acceptance, offer, consideration, right? Part performance, still is perfectly alright. Somebody written 151 years back. Similarly, 1882, 141 years act, Transfer of Property Act, act dealing with movable and immovable properties. Section 53A of act is what? Part performance of contract. Under income tax, we deal in depth. Still it holds good. 141 years old act. Why I am insisting you is, when you say RERA, it is not about only RERA you will learn. Allied Act you should learn. About 92 allied laws relating to the real estate, including your GST, income tax, contract tax, stamp act, societies act. So you should have a hands-on knowledge of it. You may not have an in-depth knowledge, but you should know there is an act relating to that, so that you can pick a book and you can read it. CA is over, I need not to read for the exams. When the client comes, I can start reading and referring those acts also. That is the importance of it. Next.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Now, under MOFA 1963, flat owners get the statutory rights. They can demand building relevant papers, get the agreement registered.
There is a competent authority, and also they have made them to follow it, including the formation of the society, handing over conveyance, and also handing over the maintenance to them. Next.
Yeah, just
just to tell you, Contract Act was there, 1872. Till Maharashtra Ownership Act came in, there was no regulation of under construction property. Because there was no regulation to under construction property, and there was no regulation in the law which will enable, please listen to me carefully, enable people to own a house in a multi-story building. And because that was not there, lot of landowners, lot of builders in South Mumbai constructed the building with the money taken from the people as a pagdi premium, constructed the multi-story building, gave on rental basis. You know this? Pagdi system मुंबई में है. फ्लॅट का पूरा किंमत, जमीन का पूरा की किंमत, त्याच्यानंतर त्याच्या प्रॉफिट सुद्धा घेऊन पैसे लोकांचा, बिल्डिंग माझा, जमीन माझा, सर्व माझा नावाने, आणि त्यांना काय भाडोत्री म्हणून. आणि जेव्हा तुम्ही विकताय वंतन आम्हाला द्या. आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? म्हणून लोकांना असं वाटलं की नाही, इट इज नॉट गुड, सो लेट अस फॉर्म अ हाऊसिंग सोसायटी. And that is how I started my career, to bring the people together, form a housing society, get them the land, and I used to do good income and give them a contractor and monitor that project, and that is how my practice. Many people are asking, housing society में क्या मिलता है? उस टाइम में तो 25 रुपया पर फ्लैट मिलता था. 30 साल का पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ. तो 25 रुपया पर स्क्वायर फुट नहीं, पर फ्लैट. 10 फ्लैट का है तो आपको कितना मिलता है? 250. और ऑडिट का लोग वही देखते थे, ऑडिट का 250. और क्या देखते थे? दे वर लुकिंग एट अकाउंट्स राइटिंग. 2000 रुपये मिलता है अकाउंट्स राइटिंग, 200 रुपये पर मंथ, तो 12 मंथ का. बट आई वॉज नॉट लुकिंग एट दैट. आई वॉज डूइंग ए वैल्यू एडिशन टू द पीपल. आई वॉज एनेबलिंग देम टू ओन द हाउस विच अदरवाइज दे वुड हैव गॉन ऑन रेंटल. दिस इज वैल्यू एडिशन. एंड आई यूज्ड टू मेक ए गुड इनकम. When you are enabling somebody to sell the land, you are getting something. When you are enabling the people to come together, everybody used to pay the money to me for enabling. So one flat in one building used to become a free for the chief promoter because he is putting his efforts. So he gets all that freely, but others get lesser cost, and they are able to get a ownership. But as we are moving forward, it was realized that builders started, contractors started doing manipulation. They started telling that we will form a society, we will do this, we will do that, and which was not getting regulated. So therefore, the first time a paymaster commission, one IAS officer named paymaster, under his leadership one committee was formed, and then he came out with the concept that we need to regulate the under construction property, and that is how for the first time Maharashtra, as he rightly pointed out, Maharashtra became a pioneer state where under construction property they started regulating. But otherwise there was no law. So what was this law? This law gave a statutory right. What is the statutory right? That once you pay 20%, you should get the agreement registered. What is the statutory right? If they don't do it, it is a deficiency of service. What is the next? Anybody who is booking a flat, he has a right statutorily by law. Otherwise it was not there. By statute under MOFA, Maharashtra Ownership Right Act, he could ask for the building proposal. The statute said the agreement should be in a specific format. Form number 5 was prescribed in the rules, 1964, and it has to be in that format. And then the agreement, more than 20%, before you pay more than 20%, agreement should be stamped and registered, so that you get a security and maintain the property. The law said that you need to maintain the property till the society is formed, and it is your responsibility to give the conveyance of the land and building, which otherwise in the contract act it was not there. It was not there in the Transfer of Property Act, because they were all dealing with the completed property. Here is the under construction property. Are you getting my point? How the law is getting evolved. But the problem was there, if somebody does not comply this, we are required to go to Consumer Court, we are required to go to City Civil Court, we are required to go to Criminal Court. Okay. Therefore, a new law was required to regulate that also. But I am saying this is the statutory right given for the first time by Maharashtra government, and that is how the law has evolved.
Yeah.
Next.
So a little more about it. Sir is pioneer about Maharashtra. Maharashtra tried to implement because Sir was there. Okay. In other state, Ramesh Prabhu sir was not there. So other state it was not implemented. Even though the law was copied in the same, like Maharashtra Ownership and the Flat Act. In Karnataka, we have Karnataka Ownership Flat Act. However, it was not implemented. Nobody understood about the concept itself. and they brought under a society model, right? What happened is agreement of sale would be registered and conveyance will not be registered because the land would be conveyed to the society at later point of time. Okay, that was the law which has evolved. That's why societies has become a importance in Maharashtra for a society initial and also redevelopment. And only in the state of Maharashtra the society model exists and which is prevails and which is very popular also. Remaining state it is not so because the culture of the apartment or a multi-storied building was very much prevailed in the Maharashtra. Other state has picked up at the later point of time because cost of the land was very less at other part of the country. They could prevail. They used to have the individual buildings rather than the multi-storied building. So this is a little background about it in terms of the construction under construction property regulation. Subsequently, what happened is
we are just coming back. This slide I think I need to explain because all this are my PPT. So I said since morning I am standing and talking, people will get bored. They are मुझे मदद करो. So I took the help of him. Otherwise his lecture is subsequent to me, promoter's obligation. So he agreed. Then Naveen also I requested कि थोड़ा help करो. I'll explain it. Whatever I said just now in the earlier slide, MOFA also had some defects. What are those defects? The defect was there was no mechanism to regulate. Say suppose for example I make all the traffic rules.
No police.
Okay, and there is no police to fine. What will happen? The traffic rule will remain on the paper. Whereas if somebody breaks, accident happens, then you go in the court and claim the compensation. Are you getting my point? So that was the problem in the MOFA. And when I realized this, believe me, I started writing a book on this. I involved various people. That is what he said. There was a missing link. And because there is a missing link, believe me, I went up to Azad Maidan, I went up to Rashtrapati Bhavan, which you will see the photograph little later. I started meeting every CM and every deputy CM, every revenue minister, every housing minister. And the movement was made. And ultimately, we got a competent authority. Who is the competent authority? The competent authority for the deemed conveyance, competent authority for the conveyance, society formation, competent authority to disclose and do the accounts. How many of you are aware that there are 4 sections where there was no regulator? Under the MOFA, in the year 2008, we got a regulator. Of course, for me to bring in the year 2008, it took about 10-12 years. Since I started practicing, I was looking at what are the gaps. How can that gap be filled? And that is what we got. Now, there is a missing link, which of course filled to the smaller extent because there are about 18 sections in MOFA. In 18 sections, all 18 sections of our MOFA is put in RERA as initial 18 sections. Believe me, because initial, forget about the name, rest 19 sections which he talked about, all those 19 sections are 100% copy paste from MOFA. Thereafter, because it has to be having a preventive, section 20 to section 40 is a regulatory authority. That's all about prevention, police. Giving a police, which was missing there. So the police was given. 43 onwards, 43 onwards. 41 and 42 is about the advisory council. How? Because there has to be system where improvement can be done through advisory council. So advisory council, that we'll discuss. Then 43 onwards, a regulatory authority can make a mistake. So therefore there is a appellate tribunal. 43 to 58, 57. Then 58, second appeal. Because first appeal can make a mistake. There has to be system. Everybody is not perfect, so appellate tribunal in 58. Then of course other general provisions, that is penalties. 59 onwards, because you don't do this, there has to be enabling provision. So 59 onwards till 69, there is something called penalty. Penalty provisions. So thereafter section 70, 71, 72 came in as to who will decide about the compensation to be paid. So adjudicating officer. Thereafter general provisions, accounts, audit, internal. Appropriate government, all this, their role and responsibilities. So if you look at all section 18 of MOFA, rather were incorporated in RERA.
So this is the addition. So the RERA, the backdrop of the RERA or the defects of the RERA was this. So therefore people were going to court and kachari. Can you relate this now? Why I am saying? Because relating is very important. What is the present? We in law, what we do? What is earlier? What is now? And what should be the future? Okay? So give me a round of applause please for explaining. Let the demand concept. No, I'm not happy with your round of applause. Let it be with the road. Energy. Let it be full of energy. Thank you.
Somebody was sleeping, by opening their eyes, made them to awake and started listening what's happening. So this is what the missing in the MOFA, same thing has brought it into the RERA. Okay, some of you are practicing RERA. Practicing RERA, issuing a RERA certificate doesn't give a much inspiration, motivation for you unless you appreciate what was the law about it. How many of you were aware of these things? There was a MOFA, why RERA had come, right? So somebody was, at least one or two or few, now you start reading it, okay? Start reading it, then you will appreciate this. Unless you appreciate the work you do, what you are doing it, you don't inspire of doing that work. Okay, one more, fill in the blank of the certificate. There should be an objective of that issuing the certificate. There is an intention of that certificate behind it. So that's the importance of it. Next. RERA journey, as I mentioned, started in next. Yeah. Start from below 63 to
1963, MOFA has come, and after that, Housing and Regulation Act in 2012. Then in 2013 and 15, RERA
draft bill was
tabled, and on 10th February 2015, major amendment from the cabinet was suggested for the draft bill.
Where CS are included that point of time. Earlier, chartered accountant role was not there. Then
on March 10th of 2016, Rajya Sabha passed the bill. On March 15th, after 5 days, Lok Sabha passed the bill. On 25th, assent of the President has been given for the RERA. And on
that is the mission in which this government is working. Look at the law. See, till this it was very tough. Okay. When we met Venkaiah Naidu, he was a housing minister. Why I am sharing this? When we met, he said, we can introduce the bill, but it will not pass through the Rajya Sabha. Then we said, what you want? He said, you need to convince Congress that they should support the bill, because they are the people who are in the select committee who were objecting, and every time they were taking objection. And they did not allow it during their time, but we want to do, but they will not allow in Rajya Sabha. Then we said, you take their concurrence. Congress said no, nothing doing. Rahul Gandhi said nothing doing. We will not do. Believe me, we wrote a letter to Rahul Gandhi. We will take, morcha at Ramlila Maidan against the opposition. Fight for RERA, wrote a letter, met Rahul Gandhi and said, we will go against Congress. I am getting on recorded. And we said that we will fight against you if you don't support. When they realized that this is the moment which across India for 1 year fight for RERA, where I was actually known in Delhi or Maharashtra or every state we were going and taking an opinion building. And then Rahul Gandhi said, if this is the way, then he had, and that said, okay, we'll support. We said nothing doing. That will not work. Venkaiah Naidu said it should be in writing. Then the person who is in charge of the assembly parliament, he gave in writing. Ghulam Nabi Azad was the person. He is there. Then he tweeted that yes, we support. That day, the very next day, the bill was. If you look at the Twitter, if you can go, he said we are supporting the bill. Next day, it got introduced in Lok Sabha, and the moment it got introduced, 10th 2015, it was introduced within 10th March it got introduced, within 5 days it got passed. The moment it got passed by 25th March, how many days? President passed the bill. Otherwise President takes 2 years. That is the mission in which, and immediately 26th March notified, gazetted, and within, by May 2016, they were asked, all the state government was asked to constitute the rules, regulation within 1 year. So that is how from 2016 to 20th April, MHARERA rules got in, everything got in from 1st April, May. So within, this is how the present government, I am not here to promote any political party, but something which is good we have to appreciate. Okay, and it has to be vocal. So therefore I am saying, such a speed it has happened, but it was taking time. But we did make a difference. So anybody can make a difference, and everybody should make that stand. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. So that's how it is effective from 1/5/2017. 16 from 16 there are few of the sections which are effectiveness, like more of a operative section. Appropriate government has to frame the rules, notify the rules and regulation. Those are all from 1/4/2016 to 30th April 2017. But remaining section 1 to 19, everything started from effective from 1/5/2017. So you can see that RERA effective from 1st May, say 1/5/2017. Right? You should remember 1/5/2017. One more act has come. What is that act in that year? GST also as in the same, right? Before 1 year we had one major setback. What was that? 2016 November? Demonetization, right? All pink has gone, right? So that is why you ask any real estate builder, sir, we are in a great difficult demonetization, IBC, RERA, GST, nothing to do with them. But you ask anything, that is the reason they say that. Have you recalled? For all the letters they write, because of demonetization, what was stopped from them doing the business? Why GST made a difference to them? You say indirect tax, customer will pay. What is the problem with the builders? RERA, what did made a difference? We had a MOFA. SAR said 1 to 19 is a MOFA only. Right? But the problem not with the builders. There was nobody to explain to them. Professions were not there. That's the difference. If the teachers don't know the topics, how come the students will learn? Right? And these are all whatever you said, right? Many of you have contributed to this slide already. Correct? About the real estate business.
So why this RERA was required? As it is rightly pointed by many of you, this is a highly unregulated sector. There was no transparency. There was no information being provided by the builders. No easy redressal. Delay in giving possession. No OC or and BCC completion certificate, and in most of the times there was demand in cash. Hardly a small percentage, what we call guidance value, was being registered, and other thing was being given in cash. To regulate all these things, government has introduced RERA.
Okay. So remember, how do we remember this? One is the standardization. Somebody come from Himachal Pradesh to Maharashtra, he should understood what is a real estate. Is a standardization. Second, transparency. What do you mean by transparency? What was not transparent earlier? Whatever committed was not delivered. Then, what was not standard? When you go to a petrol bank, what will you ask? 1 kg of petrol? What will you ask? 1 liter, right? Another petrol bunk if you go? Wherever you go, you ask the same thing, right? If you go to purchase a salt, what do you ask? Kg. Go and ask a builder. You wanted to purchase an apartment. What will they say?
Carpet, saleable, carpet, saleable.
Carpet area,
built
up area, saleable area, super built up area, and usable area. Then what? Sir, my property is very different from others, sir. I don't know. I have used a petrol bunk everywhere. So which one is correct? Which area is correct now? Now you say RERA carpet. Where was your voice when? Before 2016. We all purchased it, right? Before also. Huh? I was not I was a student, sir, so I didn't ask. So imagine what is the standardization of this industry. We claiming second largest contributor of a tax. Government is the most beneficial of this. There is no standard of measurement. What is super built up area? Can somebody give the definition? Carpet plus. What is that? How many pluses are there? For somebody 1 plus, somebody 2 plus, somebody 3 plus. Right? There is no definition for a super built up area, even in engineering standards, in architect standards. In many sessions which I interact with the architects associations, sir, there is no standard for a super built up area. What they know is at max is a built up area. Somebody says, what is that? Usable area, built up, super built up area. So who calculate? How do you calculate that? So that is important. There is a standardization. There is a transparency brought in there, right? Next, about the information is also like, how many of you remember that, sir, this property is approved by number of banks, sir. You go and give your KYC, they will sanction the loans. Right? As if they are giving charity to us. How many would collect this much of documents? There was not much information they used to give, right? If at all, if they give 1 or 2, sir, we have given a legal opinion, sir, lawyer has given, sir, everything is correct in my opinion, the property title is correct. It is in his opinion. Even not the builder's opinion also. So there is no standardization, there is no accountability there. Delays in position, there was no responsibility was there. So these are all the important aspects you should remember when you talk about RERA. Come for what is the first one? Standardization, transparency, accountability, responsibility, and there is a redressal system. In case of a dispute, where you used to go? To whom? Don't say minister, gundas. Right? Many things that was a settlement happened. Correct? I know MLA, I know corporator. Sir, please put a word, sir, my uncle. They don't want a record. Preamble of an act, objective of an act, extent of applicability, and effective from. Correct? So this is the objective of an act. Stars is an objective of an act, and applicable to, this act is applicable to whole of India, including Kashmir. Can we appreciate that? The act is part of Jammu and Kashmir, and Jammu and Kashmir was never be treated as part of our country for anything. Not only go and be there, even to buy a piece of land we were not allowed. That was the act before this. So now I can go and acquire the land. Government has given Jammu and Kashmir. Now UTs are given a much promotional activities to come and set up your industries. We will give the land free for a housing. Like last year CREDA and NAREDCO has made a huge events there, huge property shows there, probably first time. And during that event, like some of the local residents used to say, 1998 was the last thing they have watched a movie in the theatre. 1998. That means to say they have not been to the theatre since 1998, many people. So now they are coming out in the multiplex or the commercial complexes. So that's what is happening in terms of when you extend some of the regulatory aspects to the other parts of the country like Jammu and Kashmir. So extent is to the entire India including Jammu and Kashmir, effective from 1/5/17. With this you learnt section 1. Section 1. Very fundamental, because for me to appreciate anything I should know objective of that act. Then only we can appreciate, right? What is the objective of Income Tax Act? Preamble. Can somebody say the same way which is written in an act? We pass CA, we practice CA, we practice income tax. What is the income tax act? An act to what? Say that. Say the collection of direct taxes and also to amend the tax act itself. So, at least we can't reproduce or re-say the same thing what is mentioned there, written there. At least we can say the objective remembering of that. So, how many will forget these stars now, you tell me? When the RERA comes, these are the objective and effective and also extent of applicability. Next. Read.
Why this act is required? Not foreign societies and no conveyance and no agreed amenities were provided by the builders, no maintenance of accounts, sell parking and open spaces, fraud and cheating, no approved plans, title deed. There are many times there will be modification to the approved plan when we got the flats. Flats sold as per at super built up area instead of carpet area.
So can you see that how much were the differences? How many of you appreciate it? How many of you are aware of it at least as a chartered accountant? Forget about the practitioners. If I want to buy a house, right, or an apartment for myself, my parents, my friends, my sister, my neighbor, my client, how many of you could go undergone this understanding and could advise them? We only say no 54F, that's all. Nothing beyond that for a property, real estate. Okay. So these are all the important. Hope you understood what is mentioned here, right? So each of this is inbuilt in RERA now to take care of this. What were missing there? So entire thing has been brought as part of this formation of association. It is mandated now when to form an association, under which law to form an association, and who should form an association. And also having formed an association, what they should do it, what they should hand over, when they should hand over, in terms of the maintenance of the expenses or the advance collection of maintenance, when they should hand it over. Similarly about the amenities, agreed amenities. What do you mean by amenities? What are amenities? Facilities in a group housing project. That means whether it's an apartment project or a group housing project, other than giving your carpet area or a common area of the lift lobby or a staircase, they would have been promised some of the amenities. What are their amenities? Garden area, swimming pool, clubhouse facilities, right? Gym. That is what you are giving is the amenities, right? And there are something which is required and mandated to have the property itself. These are additional things. Like, it's like for a car you say that, what is that? Leather seats. All those things are the additional. But the basic things also should be there. What are them?
Water.
STP, WTP, fire, lift, right? Without that you can't have the property ready, right? Your STP is like your stomach. If you don't keep it clean, the water will not, if the water is not clean, it's very hazardous to the health itself. So that is what is important to call about the amenities, right? And also we had a parking. They used to sell the parking and the Supreme Court said that you cannot sell the parking. It only is a part of your unit. For that particular unit, that area is attached to it.
I come with a message. If you want to have a tea break, Sachin has already said that we can break for tea. Because they are taking care of food and tea, breakfast. Huh?
No.
So, now they will say, we want tea. No, they don't want tea.
It's a good. When in small places also they did about 40, 50, 60 registrations. It's a good to know that like once you do 40, 50 registration, then you should be here, not there. That's what is my experience. Okay. So And in spite of having done 40, 50, if you are not coming there, then you should introspect yourself that what you are doing is okay, or you wanted to learn little more about it, okay? And fill that gap of why you are not coming here, you are sitting only there. So that is one thing which I would like to bring it. So come back to this, this is what we have discussed about it, the regulation and the development, transparency and efficiency, protecting the consumer interest, and who will do all those things? There is a authority, right, which is called Real Estate Regulatory Authority, correct? There is an authority which is appointed by the state government, they are called appropriate government. Every state appoint the regulatory authority, and authority is one chairman and minimum 2 members. There can be 3 members or 4 members also. So one chairman, and the present chairman name is Mr. Ajay Mehta. Who was the immediate past chairman? Mr. Gautam Chatterjee. How many of you heard his name? Gautam Chatterjee sir, tomorrow is coming. So he will be here tomorrow with us to share his experiences. Ajay Mehta? Supposed to come today, sir, because today being the working day, they have various cases, hearings and all. So he could not made it. We requested, and because of their preoccupation, they could not. Branch and also Mr. Mangesh Kinare, they made a maximum effort to bring them here, but they could not make it, sir. But tomorrow we'll get Mr. Gautam Chatterjee, sir, Mr. S.S. Shinde, and also consultant to Maharera, Deshpande? Sanjay Deshmukh sir will be there. Day after tomorrow, Ms. Haradare sir will be there. So except chairman, we can see everybody tomorrow and day after. Okay, so that is what is we are all privileged to have them here with us. To meet them, you have to go there, take an appointment, and you should listen what they say. Now they are coming and listening to us now. So they have to listen to us. We close the doors and they should listen to us. Whatever we ask, whatever we say, they should answer to all the queries and all the questions about the RERA implementation and also as well as the regulatory body. So authorities, in case the authority, in order to take to the next level, to challenge the authorities' orders, I have an inbuilt mechanism of tribunal, that is called RERA tribunal. Okay, so this is the structure of the act itself. And in case of the tribunal order, I can challenge before directly to the High Court. So I need not to go anywhere now. Now there is a industry-specific redressal dispute mechanism.
Let us welcome Central Council member.
I request sir to occupy the dais. Welcome, sir. Directly, sir. Yes, sir.
Our session will go on.
Okay.
By question.